Okay. Init state. What? Is it because of that? Ah, crap. I think, yeah. So it was empty. And then this one is also empty. Wait a minute. Let me try that once more. We go to main.js, sorry, app.js, right? And you init the state, this one. Then main.js takes the init state, and we can say initting, right? And state from db is state, and then you get to this place where we pass the initial state. Initial state is that. So anything state from database, it has, wait a minute, wait, what? That's not how it's supposed to be. Oh, I see what happened. I think the database needs to init once. Okay, and next time it will not be. Okay, initting state, initial state, you got the stuff. See board one, whatever. Notes, which is all good. And then if I look at this value, I did have all this stuff. If that's the case, then why? Yeah, but it did work, right? See, now you have all the stuff. Mutation, this is what we passed, and this is now what we have. And that's why it kind of works. If you look at this one, we have the things. What I'm trying to understand now is why do we not have the thing? And it's pretty map getters board list, right? So let's go to main and see. It's getting the board list, and you even got this value, so that means this kind of thing is working, right? It's just that there's something missing that we haven't figured out what. Map getters. How about this? Instead of that, let's make it computed. Computed. Computed? No. Yeah, but at least now we have the thing. And if I just do, let's say, json.stringify boards, this dot boards, I do have it, you know. It's not like we are not getting stuff. We are getting stuff. The only problem is that, yes, so instead of this will be board.id and header link when it gets the board. How about this? We say mounted this dot board. So we get the stuff, and because we get this stuff, we don't need to do that. And we are back. Good. See, now we have items. Good. You don't even need this because the active one is always active. Cool. You know, we had to go through a bit of stuff, but eventually we got it working. And that's the main thing. Okay. And you can see, give it all. Fine. Let's look at this value. Update note. How are you? And that is good, right? I'm getting stuff. And if you would have noticed, because it's called note 1, the state note 1 will also be updated, which is good. And if I go back, come back, you can see that it's preserved. The data is preserved. And because this thing is actually here, I can change it anywhere. And because this thing is loaded from a shared database, I can get it. Which is a very good point, because now we can save it to the database, right? So let me check Redux PouchDB. I just want to see at what point do you store this data. vuex pouch db. Vuex save to pouchdb. I'd like to know, like, at what point should I save it? That's what I want to know. Okay, the thing is, if I refresh this page, it goes away, right? Because I'm still not persisting this to the database, so let's try to do that first now. PouchDB, PushDB, not PushDB, PouchDB. And let's go to API, create an update doc. Okay, so put whatever, and you can put stuff in it. So if I go to db main.js, I think when I say update note, I need a debounce, actually, debounce JS, because I don't want to store things so frequently that I start to get and yeah, I mean, this looks fine. Let's copy that. Lib util.js and export default export const debounce. Is that how you? No, that's not how you do that. Export debounce. Okay, and then we can say import debounce from lib util, and we can also pass debounce db.save or update note. So instead of that, how about this? We can call this thing like that, and let's wait 150 milliseconds before we write it. db.update nodes, and we can even get the state there. Payload. Editor. So yeah, update node.id and payload.data. I think this should work, right? What I'm doing is debouncing it. Async that. Wait. Oh, you don't even need this. Why would you need that? You don't even need this, to be honest. Good. Right. Yeah, and then we go to database. We can create a new function called update node, and then ID data, and then you can say put. How do you put the thing? Yeah, you do that. Whoa. ID, it's gonna be ID, and data, yeah, data, it's gonna be data, and return that. Sorry about the noise, it's just today's cleaning day. Updating nodes in DB. State is defined but never used. Main. Debounce function. Okay. So let's try that. Right. If I'm here, how are you? Did not do anything. Why? How are you? It did not fire that one. Why? Wait a minute. Do I have to like call it? Oh, you gotta call it. Const F. Oh, I see what happened. Do I have to call it like this? Because that defeats the purpose. This will fire every single time. Yeah, and if I put it 1000, it will still fire. I guess this is probably not a good way to do it. Although, you know what? Yeah, that's not what I meant. Okay, I guess first thing you have to do is to go to the database. When you want to update the node, first you have to get the node. Async and node equals await this dot db dot get, and you first have to do this, right? ID, and then you have to update the node. It's gonna be under rev node dot rev. This should fix the issue. It's updating now, and if I refresh the page, it's actually gone. The data is somehow has disappeared. What? I do have node 1. And it has the data. But if I compare this to other things, yeah, data, title, type. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. You cannot just update partially. Pouch db partial update. I see what happened. This thing does not work like that. So, I think what we have to do, let's print the note for now. Data. Okay, and you have this. This is the note. You can see data, whatever. And what I have to do now, instead of doing it this way, we can do dot 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 note and then data. That way we are updating the stuff. Okay. Okay, and then we have to kind of reset the database once. And also you have to like clear the storage. Yep, everything is fine. Now, how are you? And if I refresh the page, it should stick. Okay, we have persistence, people. We have achieved supreme persistence. And also, you know, you can go anywhere. Let's say I can type whatever I want, and then I can store it. And when I refresh the page, you will notice that it persists, which is good. Okay. There are many kind of crazy issues right now. Like if I try to show you what happens here, like if I go to main.js, let's say, right, I'm debouncing this thing. Now you would assume that debouncing should only call update once every 1,000 milliseconds, but that's not how this thing is working. So if I just do like calling an ID, you would say even if I can do things, and you can see it's calling 16 times. What I want is to only call it once for a given ID, and that could be actually, yeah, we can fix that. I'm sure I know how to kind of do that. Debounce improvement, only update pouch DB periodically, not on every update. So what I mean is that if I press 2 characters, wait, let me put that thing there. So if I do this, right, if I press 2 characters, it should only call the DB once, but as you can see right now, it's calling it twice, and that's because this debounce function is not working correctly, right? This thing is not working nicely. Ideally what should happen is we should call it once, and so that actually means that we don't even need any of this thing, right? Async await or async await. Debounce, yeah, you don't need debounce, right? So I can type whatever I want, but this thing is saved all the time. Good. And then I refresh and it persisted. So yeah, I mean, we have kind of got the thing working with the database thing. And the best thing about PouchDB is that if I go to the database, right now I'm just creating a local database like that, right? But I can very easily, instead of that, I can point it to like a remote db.com, user ID or something, and this will automatically create a local database and sync it with this remote database, which is the best thing about PouchDB. So that's how we will get this universal sync working. Okay. What else? let's look at the to-dos and see if we have something major running or not. User authentication, we still have to do it. This is kind of complete. What else should we do first? I mean, of course, there are many things that we have to do, like the styling and stuff and just the user authentication. But I would, because we don't have enough time, I would prefer to just ship the very basic version. So if I can make it work just in the browser and release it so that people can just use it as it is, and then maybe in future I can add like authentication on it, so that people can log in on multiple devices. But as a first, I would say, product version, I can just make it work on a single browser, which could be fine. And actually, it's actually working, right? You can see that I can set it to anything I want, right? And this one, let's say this is the backlog, whatever, right? And I can go to other pages. Let's say this is game ideas, and then anytime I refresh, it stays. So that means it's usable as a notepad. And also, because we created the Electron app, you can put it in the Electron application as well. Oh yeah, one thing I would like to have today is to have can add delete new boards, so that you can have like a button here, plus or minus, and also can add new nodes to a board, can add and remove, let's say. What else? This thing we can remove in future. Okay. I think we are making some good progress now. Yeah. Now I have two options. Either I can focus on the styling first, so that try to make it a bit more pretty, or I can implement the plus, adding new kind of boards. And I kind of want to do that one first because it's more difficult and I have energy in the morning, so it's better to do the difficult things first, I would say. So let's do this one, right? And to do this, one way to do this is to just like have a plus button here and do that. So let's go to header, and once you are in this, right, we can have a button, create, and you can even make that flex, and items center, and what else, class, leading none, text SM, font bold, BG gray 100 or maybe 200, and PX2, PY1, and rounded. Hey, good. Thanks to your Vuex advice, I kind of read a bit more about it, and we've kind of figured out why it was not working. And yeah, you were kind of right about the thing that first of all, I replaced everything with these kind of map getters instead of, I was doing this $dollar store everywhere. Now we have these map getters, and I like this design. It's very simple. And also, yesterday it was not working with the pouch database, right? But now I kind of hooked it up. So anytime you make a change in the text editor, it's gonna saved to the database. So when I refresh the page, it will stay. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's kind of nice to have this. Yeah, so now we're planning to have, I mean, the basic app is kind of working, right? So I'm planning to have this kind of button which can create more boards, and then we will have like a button here, create more notes. So let's first do this one. When you click this button, I want to open a modal, and the modal should say like the name of the board, I guess. So we can even store it in the thing. So I can say modal open false, and although one thing maybe you can help me out is this, like I want to know what usually happens here is that now I'm using actions, right? So the action, let's say, is called switchboard, and then inside this I'm committing the mutation, right? And I think this is a good practice, that you should not do mutations directly in your code. You should always dispatch actions, and then those actions should call this. But what I find is that now my mutation and my actions have the same name all the time, right? So I feel like this is kind of redundant to have two mutation and actions with the same name. Am I doing this wrong, or like what's the what? I mean, you know what I mean. Like we have this name same in mutation and actions. Is that fine? Not sure. Yeah, you're trying to learn TipTap. Yeah, me too. I used to use Slate.js, and seems like this one is also good. Okay, so modal open. So now I'll have to create a new mutation called modal set modal open state open, like that, and then we can say modal open equals open, and we can dispatch an action here, set modal open commit open set modal open to open. What did I do wrong? Do I need a comma there? Yeah, okay. I mean, I just find it weird that the mutation and actions are generally exactly the same with the same name and everything, so it kind of feels weird to me. Okay, modal open is false by default, and then if we go to app, we can have another component here called modal class, no, nothing. Modal content modal. We don't have the modal component. Let's create a modal template div modal. Should be fine. So yeah, modal is coming here, but we don't want this at the bottom. What we would like to have, make this relative so that the modal can become absolute, and in set 0 pin 0 z20 and flex item center, justify center. Wait, oh, it's only, yeah, sure, width full, h full. Okay, so the modal is kind of taking all the space, which is good, because inside this modal we want to show like a, I want to have a div which is kind of, this should also be relative, and then we can make it like bg gray 800, let's say. And BG gray 800 and width full and edge full and absolute pin 0. What I'm trying to do is make like a where am I? If your store is getting crowded, yeah. So I read about that, and we will soon refactor this out into different file and also the modules thing. Yeah. Are you gonna do opacity background with modal type thing? Yes. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Although I don't think. Can I just do fixed top 0, bottom? If I can't make it, I'll just copy it from my other code base. And this is also fixed top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Yeah, so you can see that this thing is kind of taking up the whole space, and I don't need this, and you don't even need that. And then what we can do is try to reduce the opacity of this thing to maybe 25. So you can see the background now, and we can remove this thing. Oh, how many debugs did I put? Yeah, okay. So yeah, anytime this modal is open, it will show up this thing, and because it's full width, it will not let any mouse event pass by. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, this one, right? I remember in Tailwind you have this inset 0, but it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't seem to work. Inset 0. Okay, kind of works. Nice. Also, I thought it was pin 0. No, inset 0 anyways. Okay, thanks. And then inside that we can have like a slot. That's how you make slot, right? You say content in view, and this should be at the top. Maybe you can make it like Z20, and this one is gonna be Z30, so that it's always at the top. And then we can go to app, and in this modal, div, I'm a modal. And how do you do that? This is how you do it, right? Div, or is it called slot? Wait, I kind of forgot. Is it called like that? View slot. Yeah. Oh, it's called slot, not. And then in the navigation. Okay, so now it's coming. So slot has a name, and then I can pass the div here, which is good. And also, I think we can make it like some class. So we can say maybe max width, I don't know, XL, MX auto, and BG white. That did not work. I guess we can't put classes on slot. Can I do this? I'm wondering like how to style slots. View slot styling. Oh, okay, I see. So you put a div at the top and you wrap it like this. Okay. And now we have this. Good. And then let's put some aggressive padding on this. px 10, py 8, big one. I'm a big model. Rounded, and maybe shadow. Maybe give it a big shadow. We want this to look like a super giant model. Okay. And inside the slot, I can actually just put anything I want. Although, you know what? Let's make it as big as possible. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Maybe. Okay. And then in this model, we can put like ng, not ng. I'm still in the Angular phase right now. vif, not vif, vshow. And we can have map getters from vuex, and then computed map getters, modal open. vshow directory requires open. Yes, that's true. Modal open main.js. No, not here. This one. Modal open state. Modal state.modal open. Oh yeah, I actually did that right. So only this one is stored.dispatch, but the rest of the places I'm actually using that map. Oh no, editor, let's say. Not editor, header. I'm definitely using map getter somewhere. Map actions. I'm not. Okay. Yeah, so the question I have is that I would like to use this, but if I do map action, how will I access that map action from within? Yeah, map action go in method, but can I access the methods inside mounted? If I just do this, methods, and then I can say map actions, let's say init state. Can I just do this dot init state? Map actions. Why are you complaining? Would that work? Because I thought that when you are in this mounted and stuff, you can't access this. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Okay, that works. Nice. And also this one. Okay, yeah, I think this is actually a lot cleaner. So I can say switchboard, and we can say change to that switch board. This. Look, we just finished the to-dos. Good. And handle errors. Okay, cool. Yeah, but you can't access the data. Am I right? You can't access, like in the mounted, I can't say this dot anything with the data and stuff. I guess, yeah. Yesterday I was having problems with that. So if the modal is open, then we show the thing. Otherwise we don't show the thing. And also if we go to the modal, we can put some script and import map actions from vuex and export default this methods map actions. I like it. I like how simple this is. Set modal open, and then I can do, so instead of this thing being a div, why not just make it a button, and you can put like a click on it. You can say set modal open to not modal open, or you know what, just make it false. And yeah, so anytime the modal is open, if I click on the gray area, it should close. But also we can make it only make closing auto close configurable, so that sometimes there are modals that cannot be closed, so we should be able to configure those. What else? And then let's go to header, and in this map.getter, map actions, and then we can say methods dot map actions set modal open, and this one's going to be at click, and we can say set modal open to true. Judgment time. Okay, I guess that's not how you do comments. Okay, nice. And anytime I click somewhere else, it will go back, right? And just for, I think we should also make it cursor pointer default. Yep. Okay, nice. And we can even make it more pretty by having some transition on this thing. We can definitely have some transition. How about this? Transition duration 150. And then, no. Okay. Nice to do. What if I do this, right? Instead of this, can I like put a class? I'm always confused with this view class syntax. Like what I want to do is if open modal, then opacity 100, otherwise opacity 0. So I show it all the time, and opacity 0 and hidden. How about that? It kind of works, but for some reason, oh, maybe I need a class. Transition duration 150. Like I want this kind of smooth transition when you show up, but I don't think that's working. Let's see if I Yeah, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's not try to be fancy today. Okay. So we have this. Now let's focus on the modal now. So in this modal, I would like to have like a form, and in the form, let's put board name, input name, board name, and of course we will have like a, or add a new board. Animate.style. What's that thing? Made style view. You mean this one? Enter and leave transitions? Yeah, I'll probably not. Okay, if that's a library, I would prefer not to use too many libraries. Yeah, let's investigate that sometime. Let's put it in a to-do. Investigate go animations animate.style or leave enter animations. Okay, we'll do that. And then this is add a new board, the board name, this goes there. Let's put some classes on that. We can put form input. Form input doesn't work. I think that's because form input is a plugin to Tailwind. Oh, sorry, Tailwind, which you have to import. Yeah, this one. So this one basically gives you good styling by default, so I can do that. Yeah, and add, and then in the plugins of my Tailwind, I can do that. And if I did this right, yep, we have styling. God, I love Tailwind. And let's add some class like font bold or font medium, text Excel. How about semi-bold? Bold. Font sans. That is too much. Okay. And I realize the modal doesn't need to have that much py. Good. Because we can just put the py on this thing. I like how in Vue you can just put classes on any component instead of only on the component, like in React. It's so much nicer. Let's put some py on this thing. pb6. I always use VS Code, but seeing code is kind of satisfying. It's just a headache. Yeah, Vim, it takes a lot of time to set up Vim, and also it will never be as clean and organized as VS Code. Yeah, even all my Vim VS, like Vim config, it's kind of built over time, and it is kind of really complex and very dirty. It has all kinds of junk, which even I don't know what this is doing. But yeah, but I like this more because it's less memory intensive, and I can run it on any device I want. It's just nice. I'm really liking this. Board name. So let's put like a section here, and then make this section like a flex column. Kind of give it at the top. And you know what? Let's have like a button create, and class bg blue 500, text white this, and shall I just make the whole thing font sans, because I don't like this thing being font mono all the time. Okay, and letting none, py4, px8, that is too much, py2, or maybe py3, and block, no, width full, okay, and my2. Have you heard about the space? Yeah, I use that a lot. So you can have like space y2 on it, and it will kind of scooch everything back. But sometimes it doesn't work well if you have responsive things, because in responsive, it will just, the first element will always have some weird spacing. So I have to do something like md space y to kind of disable it on small screen. It's not that bad, but I prefer if it automatically detects things. Rounded SM. Yeah, board name. Okay, sure. This isn't gonna be text SM. And let's put like a placeholder to-dos or something. So you can put stuff in it, and then you can click this. I guess you have to do prevent. Click the prevent. Create board. I mean, soon I will move this to a new component, I think. Oh, okay. Submit.prevent on board. Yeah. And submit.prevent. Like, I would like to have something like this, create board on this, which doesn't take anything, but it's like that. And then it will basically call the store.dispatch create board. Do you know how, if I can just call this thing? Can I do this? And let's say, I don't know, to-dos, or basically board name. Can I do that? Oh, you mean that? Well, we can submit it, right? It doesn't have to be click here. Can I do like board name, creating board name? What if I do this? Test, inspect element, console, type anything, enter, creating board name, and click also works. So yeah, then click, thanks. So now we have this data. I was thinking if I can make like a mutate action here called create board and name, create board name, commit, and actually just have that state. Wait a minute. I think this will be add board like that, and then state dot boards board dot id equals board like that. So what I'm doing is, instead of having it directly here, you know, we can kind of do some fancy stuff here. So instead of that, let's do board, and let's do const board equals db dot create board with the name, right? And this create board in the database will give you the new board, which you can just put it in the database then. Comma, and then go to db let's create new thing called create board name, and we can say board await this dot put let's note score to do. This is pending, right? We need to figure out how to give a unique ID, but other than this, let's name is going to be name, type is going to be board, and notes are going to be empty. And then we can say, can I just return this board? Created board. Yeah. So yeah, I'm getting the hang of it now. The idea is that mutations are very simple, just the changing the state, global state, and while actions can do a lot of other database kind of thing. Yeah. So if I do this and I say new board, I would like to see creating board name, and I think I didn't hook it up. So for the app, yeah, we have to call that thing, right? So instead of that, we can have create board, and we can say this dot create board model. Board name, and this should call create board model because there's a conflict on the name, so I'm just having another name. Create test. Okay, so when I click this, it goes to my database and it returns me this thing. And it kind of created it, but it does not return, it does not return me the stuff. And if I refresh this page, I'm sure we will get this board name, right? And even in the view state, I can see that note to do is there. Why did I type note here? Shouldn't it be? Okay, one thing I'd like to check on the PouchDB is create a document. So apparently create document does not return you the full document. It only gives you the metadata about it. Why is that? PouchDB put return full doc. go to watch UFC fight, I'll tune in. Okay, well, have a nice TV session. Bye bye. Maybe next time when you come back, I'll have at least the buttons and everything set up. So see ya. Bye bye. Yeah, so the problem that I can see is, first of all, this is not a node, this is a board, and also we should have random UID generator JavaScript generate some UUID. Math.random. How about short UUID? Yeah, this one, right? I like this. Let's just copy paste like that. UID, and then you can just generate this UID.generate. So this will give you yarn add short UUID. And okay, this is fine. Now when we are doing this, you would assume that, you know, how about this? We say payload equals to this, right? You put the payload there, and then you pass the payload to the database, and then you just return the payload, right? This is just a payload result, and you know, you can check in future, check if result is okay, right? You can do that later, but created, and then you can just, you know, print the result so that it doesn't complain. But the idea is that you generate a short UUID and you set it, and then you return this whole thing so that we can put it in our here add board, and then the database stores everything in kind of background. We don't need to care about that. Okay, let me do this once. Database. So I will go to application, clear the storage, and then we refresh. Everything is fine. I can create test, and we of course have to close this thing, but if I refresh, we have board name. What? Oh yeah, of course. I'm sure you've probably got this thing, is that this thing is not going to be that. This thing will be at vModel, two-way binding for the board name, like that, and the data return board name, this, that. Okay, clear the storage again. Create new board, do that, and refresh, and we have the new board, and you can see the ID is kind of randomly generated, which is good, right? Nice. We can also add like notes and stuff into the board, which we will do eventually. But before that, let's try to clean up this thing. When you click this and when you click that, it should close the modal, right? How do I do that? Well, we can do this.create board and this.close modal, or basically set modal open to false, and we can have set modal open to false. Also, I have to figure out map.getters. This thing, right? What I don't understand is that when I add a new board, it should automatically change things, right? So let me clean this again, and I'll show you. If I create this and I say test board, when I click this, the modal will close, but this header will not update. You can see the header did not update, even though I have add board here, right? Which, what? Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why. I'm sure you figured it out, but this thing needs to be await async, and now it's gonna work. Let's clean the application once more and create Kashif. What? Boards. Well, kind of did. I have stuff in it. I have stuff in there as well. I think I'll have to change the getters. Like, this getter is not gonna work because maybe it's not changing. Boards is going to be so I can't use board list, so I have to use boards, and instead of that we can do object.values boards. It works. And let me clean this thing again and refresh, and this time create a new board. Still did not work. Why? What? I have the thing, and it's also coming here. Why? View update getters after mutation. Just wondering, why is this not working? How about v4 update after getters update vuex? So I have this thing, and maybe it's because it's not the data, is it? Like, if I do that and I return like this, map getters boards, and now something crashed. And computed board list is going to be return this dot boards if this dot boards return object dot values this dot boards else return empty. What? Returning. Oh no, of course, yeah. So that thing will be board list. Again? What? Returning this dot boards return. Oh no. Wait, what? Why is this a function? Why is this a function? That is so weird. Let me just do this for now, because if d, then return that, else return empty. Getter d. Okay, it's actually a getter, which is an observable. You know what? I mean, somehow it works now. Create test2. I created the board, it got added. Yeah, it's even added there, but somehow it's not updating this thing. It's kind of complicated. Why? My getters have stuff, right, in boards. What if we just don't do this? What if we just v4 board list is not defined, boards this needs to be computed. Okay. I added that, and this thing even Why is am I doing something really stupid? Like, what is going on here? Boards is state.boards. This is so weird. Like, if I add an extra item to this thing, it should update, but it doesn't. Map state. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let me do this. Test boards. This dot dollar store dot state dot boards. Sure. And then instead of this, we can say test boards. Will that work? What? This the dollar store? Oh. Cannot read property store of undefined. Yeah, I guess it's because of this. Okay. Pre. Stringify board. Isn't this weird that the board is actually an object, but somehow it returns a list? I don't know. Test 4 added, but it's not updated here. So yeah, I think the problem is not here. Yeah, the problem is not there. See, it comes up when you update the thing, but I am not sure why. Let's even try map state, you know, who knows, maybe it's the map state issue. Computed test boards. Map state. Map state and boards. Boards. Map getters is not defined. Leave me alone, view. Please. Okay. Create test. The board is created, but why is this list not updated? This is so weird. And my getters are also fine. Like if you look at this value at this point, I have the data, and the data looks exactly like everything else. So it's not like, am I doing something weird? Maybe the header link has some issue. No. Header link is super easy. It's a super simple thing. I don't know. It's kind of, I'm kind of stuck at this point. God. whatever, fine. V for not updating on Vuex change. I have this, add item, push item. How did I change it? Let me just check that once again. Add boards is doing this thing, which should be fine, right? And create board is doing this. Commit name, modal open, this thing is doing that. Getters. Oh, is it because of that? Board list. What if I do that and go to header, board list, board list, clean, nope, still doesn't work. ID, and if I look at this, board has 6. When you come there, you got 1 more. Active board ID, board list. Okay, so some progress. The board list did not update. Update board getters on mutation Vuex on mutation. Getters don't update on mutation Vuex. I'm so desperate right now. Give me anything. Getters. Sometimes we need this. Yes, that's true. Done to do's. Getters done to do. Oh, maybe it's because you know what? I have a feeling. Let's try one more time. Test 2. Nope. Nope. I hope it's not because of my arrow syntax. I really hope this is not the thing. Board list. Maybe, you know what? Restart the server. Because sometimes Come on. Come on. Board list and fresh. Clear the site data. And DB. This doesn't necessary. It's not necessary. Okay. Let's see. Create test2. Does not show up. View UX. You're kind of pissing me off. So the problem is that board list is not updated. Getters object.values not updated. View X. Due to limitations for objects, UI cannot detect property addition. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. So the thing, I have a feeling that Vuex kind of follows the same reactivity principles as Vue, and seems like you cannot just update the data inside an array because this is not reactive. That's what we just did, right? It's not reactive. View.set. So when you do this, it will probably work. So I can test it very easily if I just go here, and instead of doing this, we can do view dot set state dot boards, and property is going to be board.id, and the value is going to be the board. I think that should work. Create test for fuck. Okay, you see the problem. I'm sure you found you understood the problem, right? Maybe the problem happened because I was using a different kind of data structure, and that kind of all messed up the whole thing. The problem here is that when in your view state, if you have a state like a list, that should be fine. But when you have objects, view cannot change. View cannot detect changes within this object. So if you add a new entry inside this object, view has no idea, and that's why it's not updating. A solution to this is to use this views reactive, some magic, whatever. But now I'm wondering if I should change my data structure to match so that I don't have this problem in future anymore, or should I just always use this one? One benefit of keeping things in this kind of dictionary format is that I can simply access individual boards and individual nodes easily. The access is faster. If I have a list and I need, let's say, 5 nodes, I have to loop through every single node and then try to filter them, which could be not so efficient. Yeah, it's kind of bummer. So I really need to have beware this kind of value set doesn't update the getters, etc., because view can't detect if changes occurred in the object. So either have your data as arrays or always use view.set instead of this. Okay, I guess I'll always have to do this anytime I'm updating a node. And the same thing here, I think. But you know, why does this thing work? Why does this thing work? I'm confused. Shouldn't this also be the same nodes? Payload.id .data data payload.data. Test, how are you? Refresh. Okay, it works. So okay, well, we wasted about 30 minutes trying to figure out this stupid nonsense. I don't know why you can't do this. Like, yeah, sure. It's kind of annoying to figure out something so late. Okay, clear the site data. And let's go to the DB and init this. Right, so next time I create thing, let's say Kashif notes, and it shows up. Good. Well, I learned something new just now, that don't have your data structure in objects or you'll regret it. Okay, how are people doing? If you don't know what I'm doing, is I'm participating in this hackathon called Launch Weekend, and where you have to take an idea and you build a project and you release it in 48 hours. And for this hackathon, I'm building a notes-taking app, and I'm streaming it live. And the idea is that it will kind of look like this. So you can have like Trello-like lists where you can just type simple notes, and then you have different boards at the top, so you can switch between different kind of workspaces and stuff. And we have all kinds of things, but this looks fine. So to-dos, so I think this one kind of finished. We should also figure out how to delete it. So let's add like another. How about this? We have like a delete button here for now. I mean, of course we will change it and put it somewhere else, but for now let's put it right there. Header, and copy that, let's put it there, and delete board, delete board. This is going to be board ID, right? And this is going to be flex space x2, and we can have, so I think we don't even need this anymore because this would still work. Main getters board list, yeah, and board ID is going to be return this dot dollar route, this dot, just return 42 whatever. Map getters is not defined. View this dot dollar router get perms, do I have this dot dollar router? Don't. How do I get the query? Whatever, this dot route dot query. Okay, let's print this dot dollar route, just print that. Click. Name is undefined with params. Yeah, okay. So you need to return this dot dollar route dot params dot board ID. Delete board is not a function, which is correct. Delete board. Or you know what? Map actions, we can just do that. Delete board. Main actions, create board, delete board, commit ID, delete board ID. I don't need that. Commit, delete board ID. Mutations, delete board ID. Yeah, you don't need that. How about this? View.set delete object field. View.delete. Okay. So view.delete state.boards, and we remove that ID. Okay. Yeah. And then we go to DB, and just like create board, we will have a delete board ID. Remove that. Result. Delete. Wait, how do you delete stuff? Delete doc. It's called remove. Okay, so it's called this. First of all, let's do this doc await this dot get ID, right? And then you can say, whoa, return db.remove doc. Simple. Nice. Go to header. Okay. Judgment time. Delete board. Did I miss something here? In the what? In the main.js, line number 46, comma. Line number 80, you need comma. Okay. And then you have all the stuff. Let's try to delete things. So Kashif, if I delete, db.remove is not a function. What? Where? Oh, it's called this.db.remove. Nice. Okay. Delete. It's gone. See? It's gone. And I can create some more. Test 4. And I'm there. Delete. It's gone. Good. Also, what we can do is, along with committing delete board, you should also commit switch board to something. How about that? State.boards. How about this? State.getters.board list, and then just set it to 0, and then .id, right? So whenever I'm here, I can create, let's say new, whatever, come here and I click. I cannot read property board list of undefined. Why? What is this state thing? Okay. Test 3. It's an observer which has boards in it. So, yeah, I guess this does not have getters, basically. Let's just do some hacking here. All boards equals state.boards, object.values, like that. And how about we just put object.values right there. State.boards 0. Good. And we should do the same kind of thing here, and instead switch board will be board.id. Good. So next time when you create, let's say test 4, it did do the switch board, but I think I forgot the board ID. No, I did. Right, mutation, switch board, and active board ID. Oh. Active board is this. This is not correct. I did do the switchboard. Payload this. Boards which have the board. Okay. I don't think we need to use this board thing, basically, because one of the limitation of using URL for boards is that I cannot switch it. I can switch it using like JavaScript, but we don't have to, like, we can just keep this as a top level thing. Let me show you what I mean. So dot id, so test4, delete that, and we go to the first one, but you see the URL is not changed even though I'm here technically. So what we can do to fix that is so just go to header link and import map getters from vuex and computed map getters active board and active class. Instead of this, we can say class and this syntax, and we can say active board ID, active board dot ID equals to board dot ID. If that's the case, then you put that. Otherwise, you do that. So it doesn't matter what URL you have, you will always have the right one. Okay, and then we can go to even routes. Main.js, let's say, and the route, we don't need routes. You know what? We don't even need the router because it's completely single page application. There are no can remove that. Can remove that. Yeah, so as you can see, so this thing will not be link anymore, right? If we go to header link, these things should just be button, right? And we can say button. And what should happen is at click switch board to the board.id, right? And we can even have here map actions, and you see the benefit of having state management is that things become really simple. Map actions like that, you can say switch board. So look at that, it works. And also we don't need to have some crazy focus things. Of course, accessibility we have to figure out in future how to do. For now, let's just disable that. Yeah. And we don't need this. Cool. Let's go to router view. You can disable that. See, we had like a feeling of we don't really need that. Route 2. And you don't need to watch this anymore. Good, good, good. Create board model. In fact, you don't even need this because submit create board. Let's just call this that. And we can call this submit create board. creating board, this dot board name, do that. Okay. And we should say, we can do this disabled. If I just do true, you can't create it, I think. No matter what you type, you can. View disable form. Disabled. Okay. I guess you can't do it on the so if I do this, yeah, this won't work, and it won't work if valid form return false if not valid form, basically. So it won't work, right? And class not valid form, you can say cursor not allowed. Yeah, so you can see that it does that. And then I can say instead of valid always returning false, we can say if this dot board name dot trim is not equals to this, then it's fine. That's fine, but you can't do that. Okay. And next thing is that also when it's not valid, we should have bg gray 300, otherwise bg blue 500. Yep, so it won't work, but if I put something here, then it will work. Good. Delete the board. And also, I'm sure I'm using route somewhere, which not necessary. Board ID. So instead of board ID, you can say active board and then board ID. Active board dot ID. Good. Delete that and go back. Good. Good. Test. Whatever. Create, and then you can switch to this one. Right? Hello, Z429. What's up? Yesterday in the evening, I kind of got a headache, so I didn't stream. So we are kind of back behind on schedule. But yeah, making some progress now. Okay. Yeah, so this morning, I just implemented sync with the database. So now if you write something saved to the database, so even if you write and then you refresh the page, it will load up from the database, so it's persisted, which means that you can use it as a notepad, right? And also I added this extra create option, so you can click this and then say the name. So let's say Kashif, and then it will, when you do that, it will create a new board for you, and then we can add notes here. So yeah, and also you can delete the board. We can delete this one too. Let's delete that. Good. Let's kind of make this slightly better. I don't like looking at plus. How about that? Instead of this, let's put SVG, and BG is not necessary. Or you know what? Let's have BG, but put it on hover, like that. Okay, and transition duration 150, because I like 150, and the color, let's put text gray 500. Yep, and also hover text gray 900, so when you're hovering on it, it's gonna become bigger. And do I have PY? We should remove PY, and we should not even have PX. Maybe we should have some P1. How about, yeah. And also this is kind of big, so let's make it, oh, what the, let's make it like small. Good. And because this is a desktop, more desktop kind of application, you know, it's fine. And focus outline none. Yeah, we'll figure out the accessibility later. Good. So you can keep adding stuff. And I think the board name needs to clear up. So when you submit, app, when you submit this, this dot data board name equals empty. Okay. So yeah, I can add stuff there. And test 2. Good. So shows up, right? We still have to figure out the sequence it comes up. There should be some kind of ordering. We don't want to just randomly put things, but that goes in my to-do. Ordering of created boards and notes. And okay, what else? Let's also make this one pretty, so we can use like a trash can. Trash. And go to header, delete that. And instead of that, we can say hover. BG gray, text red 500, hover, text red 800, focus outline none, PX not necessary, let's just put PY. Good. Maybe slightly reduce that, 6 that. Okay, cool. W5, H5, because we don't need this to be that big. And test 2, delete, Kashif, delete. Good. And in future, maybe we'll just click this button and just show a mode pop-up here, and people can put values there. And also, we can even make like edit button here to kind of change the name and stuff. But I think that's for future. We don't want to spend too much time on it. The next thing is we should have like a button here to add maybe one more kind of, maybe add it at the left side, add a new note. So how to do that? We go to content, content. So editor is editor, that's fine. Let's put like a div here. class flex1 flex, and let's put like a button, create or add note. Nice. And items start. H full. Debug. Yeah, the item start is not a good idea. Now it shows up, right? And this add note can also have the plus sign. Yeah, 5 class text gray 500 400 500 hover text gray 900 hover bg gray 100 and maybe padding p1 hover 600. Good. And make this rounded. Good. And then make that class flex, items center, justify center. Whoa. What happened here? Why do I have... Okay. Self start. Yeah, it kind of works. Justify center. Nah. I think what we can do is, if you look at debug, MX auto, you know, it's not that bad, so let's keep it like this. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that there's a button there, and you can add that, add a new to do, right? And now the question is how to use the same modal. Or you know what? What I'm thinking is that clicking this button should just create this should just create a new note and stick it right at the top, right? So that when you need a note, you just click it. So add click, create note, add note, right? And you can say map actions and methods, map actions, that add note. Yeah, so when you do that, we should go to our main and we should create another one. This should be like add note, commit, and there's nothing that you need. So const, let's say this note, create a new note, right? Empty. Or payload, just do that. Nah, nothing, just that's fine. add note, and then we can even say add note to board, right? And then switch board is not necessary. So we need two more actions here. Add note, view.set state.notes note.id and note, and add note to board. So what we can do here is we can say board equals state.boards. Yeah, so this thing should actually be payload, and then const note and board ID equals payload, and then board ID is going to be that. And then you can say board.notes.push note, note.id, and then you can say board ID board. So I'm basically rewriting the whole board again. Good. And we don't need that. We actually need state.active board ID, or active board ID. Yeah, that's correct. No, what you want is board ID is that. Why are you complaining? Add note. What did I do? Comma here? Sure. Now we also need the database create note. Board is not defined. 52. Const board. And we need the create notes kind of thing. Create note empty. And this is going to be note, right? And you generate a new ID, and name is going to be new note. And if I think this is the correct data structure, right? Oh, it has to be like that. Title const payload equals that, and ID is going to be that, and type is note. Title is going to be new note, and data is going to be empty, which I probably messed up something. Comma. You don't need the comma. What's the story behind the dot? If you're referring to my third eye on my head, there's no story. I don't know. It just fucking fucked up my head, and everyone is making fun of me. You know, my wife calls it my third eye. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm 30 years old. I'm assuming I should stop getting pimples anymore, but you know. But the good news is that it's kind of getting smaller. So I am happy to announce that within the next week or something, it will disappear. I'd like to think that this is my focus mode button. So if I press it, I'll go in super focus, hyper focus mode. Yeah. Okay. So I can put this stuff, and I can also return it, right? And which is fine. Result is not defined. Yeah, sure. Okay. the judgment time here. If I click this, yay, look at that. We added the note. Although I added it at the end, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. When people add notes, they want to append it to the end. I'm assuming that's good. So test new note created, and hopefully it should sync on refresh, which means if I refresh the page, this note should be there and it should also have the data that I just wrote. Oh my god, it does not. No, that does not work. Why? UX. Boards. Board 1, to-dos. It only has 3 items, and I don't know why. Like, if I create a new note and I start writing stuff, document conflict. What? Is it because data note new note test revision ID is there, and I stuff it with stuff. Well, it goes away. Sometimes there's a conflict, which means I either have to reduce it, but the point is I have the data, and I'm pretty sure I have the data. And also when I no main, yeah, get initial state, let's just print that and see if we get the stuff, because and you can clearly see that we do have items in it. Oh, I see what happened. I know what the problem is. See, I'm adding the notes, but I'm not saving the board information. So if I look at this value, I'm sorry, yeah, add note. So when you say add note to board, we should also do that, right? We should say await db dot add note to board. So we should say note, and then we should say state dot active board ID, because you have to save this to the database too, right? And what we can do is we can have this, let's say add note to board, and we can get the note, or you know what, let's just save the note ID and then board ID. So get the note by the note ID and get the board by the board ID. And once you have the board ID, you should say board.notes.push note ID, and then you should just board. You know what I'm doing? I'm updating it. Okay. Okay, that should work. I guarantee it's going to work. Instead of passing the whole thing, let's just pass the note ID. And let's click this test note. And if I refresh this page now, it saves. You know, look at this. And also this should be more clear. I think the header should say what you're deleting, right? You should say delete board. Good. Maybe make it flex so it doesn't go nuts. And item center. Good. Span this. Class ML1. And you know, it wouldn't hurt if we have some border on it. And the border will also be border red 400. And then hover border red 600. So yeah, I'm doing this thing called Launch Weekend Hackathon, and you can go to launchweekend.hackathon and read more about it. I actually started it because I want people to have a place where they can be forced to build something. So Launch Weekend is a monthly hackathon where you take an idea and you build something within 48 hours and you release it in public. And it starts every month, the last weekend of the month. So it started yesterday, and I have 21 hours left to build a notes-taking app, which will kind of look like that, right? And yeah, it will have all kinds of features, like you can sync between devices and stuff. So, and it will work on your desktop and all kinds of things. So if you have an idea and you're thinking of, you know, having a push to build something, you can use that. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Hover BG gray, that's not necessary. Okay. Hey Anav, what's up? Are you also participating in the hackathon? How's your freelance work going? Okay, this is fine. And now we also have to figure out how to delete this thing. So maybe I can have like a button here called delete. Editor. Right, so if I put this thing in a div, and let's put like a debug on this to see where I am. Oh, it's because of this. Yeah, okay, so it's 600, right? So let's put like BG gray 600 on that. Not this time around, slept more than I should and have to crunch out the edit for the film I'm making. Cool, nice. Well, technically you're participating because you're shipping something in 12 hours. So that's good. Flex, justify between. Let's borrow the trash icon again and go there. Create a button. Put that thing there. And header, let's copy the delete button. Just copy the whole thing. Good. And the text color needs to be white. Or should it be more like red? 200 or 400. Yep, and we don't need borders because it looks weird. and we don't need that. Whoa. Sometimes I can't see my... You know what I'm thinking is, why don't we have solid? The solid one will actually look much nicer on small size. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. And we can make it like rounded full. So when you, and we can have P1 is already there, so we can say hover BG white. Why does it look so weird? What did I change here? Text red. Hover text red. Or can I make it white? Oh yeah, rounded is not, rounded is full. Leading is none. Wait a minute, why? Flex. Can I do debug here? Yeah, I guess I can't do rounded full. P1. Okay. And M1 is also necessary. Good. So it will delete this, right? Delete that one. And how do you do this? So we can say delete note, and we can say note ID like that, and map actions from view X, right? And then we can have methods map actions, and what should I call it? I should call it delete note. So basically delete note will just take the ID and delete it. So we can go back to our this, and you know the drill. Copy this and wait, paste that thing there. Delete note. Hey Winwood, good morning. And so first of all we should delete the note from the ID, which is fine, and then we should say delete note with that ID, and also delete note from board, and also pass in the ID, right? You can technically do these things at the same time in the mutation, but and delete note from board. State is defined, never used, fine. DB. You have a little problem with your blog app? Well, let me know, I can help you. And so delete, first of all, delete board, right? Let's put that, and we can say delete note, delete state.notes ID, and we can say delete note from board. So payload should get the note ID and the board ID. Once you get the board, and how do you remove item from array? JavaScript. There's been over 100 spam posts. Really? Was it on Heroku? Heroku. Heroku app dot. Can you give me the link again? I forgot. Oh, you took it down. Okay. Spam post keeps increasing. Is the spam post? Are you sure it's a Well, I mean, spamming could be a real issue in any app, so you'll have to figure out how to. Okay, let's try. I would also recommend, if you have logs in your backend, you should try to print the request, right? And also, once you get the request, you should print like the IP or something where it's coming from. If all of them are coming from the same location, that means someone is trying to spam this post. Maybe someone from the stream. I'm sorry, I think maybe someone looked at your this and tried to, I don't know, click this manually. So yeah, so you should look at the IP, and if you find that there is some spam IP keeps on sending the same request, then in your code you can just block that. So create like a blacklist list, and if the IP is in the blacklist, just don't let them create anything. So that could be one option. Yeah, let's see. Delete board, which is fine. Delete notes from board. So the way you do this is board.notes equals board.notes.filter item dot item is not equals to node ID. Yep, like that. And then let's go and do here delete note ID doc this.db.remove. Should be fine. And then we also need to have delete node from board. So just like this we can have, so first you get the board, right? Delete node from board ID. So first you get the note. So const note equals await this.db.get ID, and then okay, we need a way to find how close am I to finishing? How much time do I have left? I have 21 hours left, right? I think we have done, yesterday I couldn't stream because I was having a headache, but I think we have the basic setup ready. So I'm not trying to make a really polished version. So I'm pretty confident that we can release within the next 4 or 5 hours more of work, and I will be able to ship something today. And but I was planning to have like authentication and login and stuff. I don't think we can finish that today. So the first version would be very simple, only browsers, and you can access it from just the browser, and you can save things and you can create new stuff, but it will not sync between devices. That much I can do today, and hopefully maybe once it's released I can try to make changes later. Yeah, it's actually there. So this thing will work in your browser and your desktop. So the desktop app is already ready. Like I can show you that there. Oh wait, let me fix this one first. So delete note. I can even just do that. And then if you have the board, then we can say item.doc.notes.include ID. If item.doc.notes.include ID, then what we have to do is this.db.put. Yeah. You can keep the log as long as you want. So const board equals item.doc, and we can say board.notes equals board.notes.filter filter item I is not equals to ID, just filtering in a crappy way, and then you can say board. And because it returns a promise, let's promises equals that, and we can dump this promise into that. And the only reason I'm doing this is so that we can say await promise dot all promises. That's it. We can even return that. What I just did there, what happened here? Oh, this is not Golang. Okay, sure. Promise is not defined. Promises. Gotta keep your promises. Assign 66. Note is defined but not used, which is correct. So what I kind of jammed in a lot of code without explaining, but the thing I'm doing is that when you delete a note from the database, you also have to delete it from the board. So, but in PouchDB, there's no way for you to filter and say, oh, give me all the boards with the note ID. That is not how the database works. So I have to do this hacky, get all the values from the database and then filter it myself. I have what to do here. Maybe I'll find a better way to filter this thing. But yeah, once you have all the items, we ignore all the ones which are not board, and then we find if the notes have this ID, and if you do, then we just remove it and then we update the value. Yes, I'm recording this and I will upload the whole 48 hours or whatever video I record onto YouTube. I did record the past hackathon is already on YouTube. I think I shared it before. Let me share it again. I created a playlist where you can see all my past. This one. It has the past one where we created the launch weekend website, and I will also upload this. Okay, I think if I'm not totally nonsense on this one, I think this should work. Let's see. If I click this, default.delete delete node is not defined. db delete note. Didn't I just save it? Okay, delete no. Oh, did I think I messed up. Delete note from board ID. Sure. Konnichiwa. How are you? Brum brum. Oh, by the way, what happened to your... Do you get spam again? Test 1 to 3. I mean, sure. Is that spam? I'm not sure, Winwood. Can you explain? No, that's you. Okay. I was like, how do I get the IP address of the request? I looked on Stack Overflow and they said, you have to check Heroku. I think you're hosting on Heroku, right? Get IP address. And in fact, Heroku also has a blacklist, I'm pretty sure. Blacklist IP. And yeah, so you can see, I think somewhere in the configuration you can set blacklist. So once you find the IP, which is kind of messing your stuff, you can change it. No, not this one. Heroku get request IP. Something like this, or what do they say? Okay, so you should try to print this one. You know, I will either maybe try to read this document or try to read this one. I think there is definitely a way to get it from the cache headers and stuff. I think the X forwarded 4 will give you the IP, so you can check, and if you find some spammer, remove them. Brum 9001, how are you? We have made some good progress. Delete note. Delete. This should work if I click this. No. Item.dot includes is not a function. Isn't this supposed to be a list? Item.dot. I mean, let's say new notes, right? Okay. It has this stuff, and notes is an array. Did I say notes? Yeah, item.dot notes. What am I doing something so stupid right now? Includes JS. Oh, it's called includes, not include. You know, even after years of writing JavaScript, I still don't remember. Add this. Why are you complaining? Title of undefined. I will figure that out later, but let's see. New note. Delete. Cannot read property type of undefined. But it's definitely deleted, so yeah, that's gone. And how about this? Why are you complaining? I think it could be a simple issue of the data not cleared. So let's restart the data. the hell? Go away. Okay, testing. This thing should work. Refresh. Everything is fine. If I click that, gives me that, and remove. What happened here? Let's see. Notes is actually this object. Look at this. The note did not update. Even though add note. I mean, okay, let's see. It was like that, and then this happened, and then it added to the this, and then you did that. It was still there, and when I say delete note, it goes away, which is actually right. So the problem is not in my state. The problem is somewhere in the content, I think, title or editor probably. Yeah, I'm doing this node data thing, right? And if you don't have the thing, can I do vif node data? So it will go away. Let's see. Which means if I click added a new node and delete, it goes away. And there's still some problem here. Notes of undefined. Why? Content. Oh, active board ID. No. Cannot read active board. Nope. The error is something else. I need to figure out something else. Click that. The state, active board ID is fine. Notes have all the stuff, which is good. Board list, and it has the array and stuff. Let's say we delete this. Deleted the note, and the board did not update. So you can see it's still there. Board list did not update. Yeah, okay, so I'm kind of understanding what's going on here. Cannot read node property undefined. It's an editor. Why? It's definitely not there. Yeah, it's probably this one. Active board. Key is ID. Note ID is ID. I think I'm slowly reaching my capacity. Anytime I get stuck, that's where I start to lose motivation. Somehow this is not reflecting the stuff, and I'm pretty sure it's not an issue of yeah. It looks very shitty right now. Do not worry about that, we will fix it. I'd like to have the basic features done before doing the styling, because we might have some big changes on the UI and that will completely mess up the styling, so I want to do the styling at the last. New note. Adding the new note is fine. Deleting it causes all kinds of crazy things. But maybe the issue is in the main. When you delete the note, delete note from board, I did that, and when I do this, oh, I see what the problem is. This thing, delete note from board. This should be ID, that's fine. What you can see that this is kind of wrong. This is not how we do it. This should be note ID. And so first of all, let's get all the boards, right? All the boards, and then we can loop through them by saying object.values like that, and we can say object.values for each board, and you can even remove this, can even remove that. So what I'm doing is going through every single board and trying to find if you have the notes or not, which is again, this is very inefficient. Do better than this later. We will do that. Board is not defined, which is fine. And also, or you know what, we can make it slightly better. We can say if board dot notes dot includes note ID, then you should do that, and then you should do that. Now it's slightly inefficient, but we can fix that later. State.boards, and then we can say board.id, then board. Good. Let's play, click that, and click that, and it goes away, right? And you can add as many as you want, and then you can like delete this, delete that, delete that, and when you refresh, it's also persisted, which is good. Good. And let's add new note. Node modules, debug log dstor idea star env. How does my debug getting now look like? Node modules doesn't need the slash at the top, I think, if you're already on the root folder. npm debug log. npm debug log needs to have a star, because sometimes there's like a date stamp or something at the end. And .idea, I guess it's fine. And .env should not have a star at the front. It should have a star at the end. Yeah, because you don't need this, I think. You just need that. also, .idea is probably a folder. Not really. Look at this. I have .idea. Even if I make a folder here, I can say .idea test.txt, and if I do git status, you can see the idea is not there, right? Idea file. You just need .idea. That's it. Maybe you can take a screenshot of this. I will remove this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'd like to do is to be able to change the name. So idea shows in the GitHub repo is probably because you put an older version before you updated the gitignore. So that idea is already there. One way to fix it is you can temporarily remove .idea from your gitignore and then delete it, the idea folder, and commit it, and then put the gitignore back again. Yeah. If you already pushed idea folder to GitHub, then adding just gitignore will not fix the issue. You have to delete it. Okay, just fine. You know what? I will take a break, but yeah, I don't want to push myself too much. Let's take a break. And how come it's not showing in my project files? Yeah, because I think your project file respects the gitignore. So because your local gitignore has .idea in it, your project file will not show it. But because gitignore has .idea, your git history will not respect any changes to the .idea folder. So you can't even commit it, right? You have to first remove it. So what you need to do is you need to open your gitignore, and you need to kind of first remove it, .idea, right? Remove that. And then you check, you do a git commit, and then you can, like, once git commit is done, you can check on GitHub there's no idea folder, then you can go back and put the .idea back. It will fix that issue. Okay, what else? Disclose. Yeah, I don't see any spam post. I think it was someone just doing it, trolling you yesterday. There's no spam post here now. What the hell is this? Close everything. And if you are working on your own project, please, go to Launch Weekend and submit your project so we can all check out stuff. So Josiah is making this. You were making the blog app. And I'm making this one. What else? Let's upvote stuff. Upvote. Oh, I already upvoted. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna take a lunch break, and then when I come back, maybe in 1 or 2 hours, I will kind of make it pretty. And let me also check the Electron thing, yarn dev. If I just do yarn dev, it will open up the Electron one. Yeah, so there's nothing right now, and I think we should fix that. maybe go to to-dos, fix empty state when user has no data, right? So when you have when you come here for the first time, you should have some default boards. So let's say I create a to-dos, right, and add a new node. Yeah, and you can see that it's working in the desktop. Of course, we have to change a few things, like you can see the anti-aliasing is not working, and ideas, this one is kind of empty. But yeah, things are still kind of working smoothly. And the scrolling doesn't work properly. So yeah, as a first step, I would say I'm gonna focus on just the browser one. Yeah. How about node modules? Again, the same thing. It's probably node modules, either your issue. Can you see node modules in your Git history on your local? If you're seeing it, then you try to write like this, node modules. If you're still seeing it on the GitHub, then the same issue, right? You have to first remove from the GitHub once, and then it will work. I think you accidentally uploaded node modules once to your GitHub. Test data, whatever. Hello there, new node, whatever. And then I can even close this, and when I start again, it will save my history. Whoa, this does not look nice. This does not look nice. Header, I think we have to fix the header. Active board. So I think we can fix this. The reason is that the getter, if the getter is null, const let result equals that. If not result, then or you know what, it should never happen. Active board ID. Yeah, we can fix that later. That's not a big issue. Let me just put that thing. Update getter active board when active is null. So add, create, delete stuff. I can even release it now. I think it's a good point to go to my GitHub and just create a new repo. And we can create like a new repository. What should I call it? Just notes. Let's make it private for now, because I need to set up things later. And get remote add. and git pushed it, refresh. Yeah, so I will also go to Netlify and let's create like a new repository. GitHub authorized and notes. Come on, this one. Let's keep it in tmono. Deploy the site and okay, so it's deployed. Wait, where's the deploy command? Base directory. Yeah, because this thing will not kind of work. Yeah. Deploy, come on. Yes, I will get a domain, but I'm still figuring out the correct name for it. You know, if you have a good name idea, let me know. I want to have a theme of like minimal notes taking app, and something related to like Trello meets Evernote. Supernotes, yeah, I had the Supernotes. Like this app, the one that I built last time had Supernotes app. We can use Supernotes, but I think the domain is not available. So let's see what the build command is. Build command is that. Build command is going to be npm run build and dist folder. If I just do npm run or yarn build Supernotes, okay. I mean, I was thinking trying to get supernotes.app demo but I'm talking Japanese now. Yeah, but someone already took it, and what's their pricing? $6 a month. Okay, yeah. And because it's taken, I don't want to kind of try to take the same name. Maybe something in SO domain could be nice. Supernotes.io. Supernotes.io. No, it's the same. It's the same company. They kind of redirect you to the how about domainer? Let's check out some. How about note.so, notes.so, or noted.so, noted.app, zennotes.com, so. It's a kind of available Zennotes. I was thinking zinc.so. It's actually not that expensive, I think, .so domains. We'll figure it out, you know, no worries. Do not worry about it. Let's put this folder, base directory, trigger deploy, yes. Let's see if it works. So what's special about this? The reason I don't like these kind of apps is because they're very beautiful, but they're not functional. The way I like to work is I want to have multiple notes open at the same time, and I want to look between them. That's kind of not possible with these apps. That's why I'm building my own. Come on, let's just do it. Tailwind is not purging. Okay. Let's see this one. Removing unused. Yeah, we can put that in the Tailwind. Oh yeah, purge is empty. That's why. Source. We don't have any HTML, I think, but we don't have JSX. Should be fine. Next time it will be fine. Okay, site is live. Let's see if this thing worked. And hopefully, yeah. So it kind of works. The default state is not empty, but you're supposed to like click this, and you can set the name, and you can create multiple of them. So ideas, and let's say recipes or something. And then you can also have multiple nodes in each one of them. And then you can start writing stuff like, oh, to-dos, whatever. Yay. To do whatever. Yeah, so right now your notes are only stored in your browser. So if you clean up the cache and the database, it will go away. In future, we will have like a login button here, so you can sync your data between multiple devices. But right now, it's not supported. And refresh. Oh no. Okay, I think there's a simple fix I have to do before I can go back to lunch. I think there's a big bug here. So what we need to do, main init state, db get initial state. Okay. Yeah, this is the problem, I think. So I need to do async update active board ID and const active board going to be active board ID, right? And then we can say active board ID equals to that. Yeah, so okay. No problem, no problem. Everything's gonna be okay. Return this.db.put AB active board ID is going to be board ID. And then we go to main. For if you mean the account system, I don't think I'll be able to finish accounts today, because either I can like make the whatever we already have polished, or I can try to struggle to put authentication, which is quite complex, right? Because it's not just about authentication, right? When you want to sync between multiple devices, you need to somehow store this values in some database, and then some database has to be able to authenticate you and then sync the data. It's not that simple. So yeah. Can I start like 5 hours? Yeah, sure. Yeah, syncing, although I do want to have syncing, but I don't think we can finish it in today. We can try to make it super awesome, just your browser note-taking app, and then, you know, if people really like it, then I can put in sync in future. Panda, go, start. You can just take 48 hours, the next 48 hours, and do something. or just make a to-do app. It doesn't matter. Right. And this. Okay. How about this switch? Okay, switchboard and await db dot. What did I say? Update active board ID and oh no, that's not what I want. Yarn serve, not server, serve. So the bug here, it's a kind of tricky bug, right? What happens is that when you delete something, the active board is not saved. So when you refresh the page, what happened? Async. It's syncing. Yes, confirmation. Good. To-dos. Confirmation on delete stuff, boards, and notes. Yeah, true. Agree. We should have that. Inspect, and let's see. View X. If I go there, switchboard, reference. So now I'm on reference, right? If I refresh the page, I should still be on reference. This did not work. Okay, I guess dot dot dot. That's what I forgot. Dot dot dot. That's what I forgot. Refresh. It should be on ideas. Awesome. See, when I switch, now the switching itself is stored in the database, so I can go to journal, let's say, and I refresh the page, and it stays on journal. And I think this was the main problem. So if I git commit that, fix active board ID, git push it, and let's see if this will start deploying again. Come on. Do I have domains? Let me check if I have domains. I probably have a domain. This one. So domain, add a custom domain. So I can say notes.kashu.app. Yes, so I do have this, I own this domain called kashu.app. So maybe I can just host it on a separate domain. So I can say notes.kashu.app and it will pop up. Good. Deploys. Come on. Faster. Okay. Yeah, so to-dos test 1 2 3 and to-dos test 2 1 2 3 test 1 test 2, and if I refresh the page, what? It is still crashing? Why? Didn't I just fix this thing? Maybe it's because I need to clear the database, I guess. Refresh and why? To-dos create. Whoa. Database connection is closing. Okay. Nothing empty. To-dos. Okay. and create one more. Test. Let's switch. So active board ID was not found. That's the problem. I want to go to lunch. Go for lunch. Yeah, I love winter too. I mean, coming from as an Indian guy, the winter, summer is very hot in India, so I really like Japanese winter. If AB, then do that. Otherwise, underscore ID is going to be active board ID. So I'm just trying to, like, let's see, clear the database and refresh again. Okay. Test. Nothing. What? Not found. Not freaking found. Yo, that's not how. Catch. Application, clear the storage, refresh. Yeah, I mean, I'm from the north of India, and there are many different kind of varieties of Indian people in the north, I guess. So yeah, and for accent wise, I think, yeah, living in Japan for quite some time, my accent got all Japanized, and you know, there are many Japanese people with different kinds of accents and stuff. So yeah, people have told me that my accent is kind of different from Indian, which I'm kind of happy, you know, because I don't want to be like sounding like the Indian dude, which is kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do have like that. I have this within me. What the hell happened here again? Initial state, active board ID. Please tell me this active board ID is kind of. You know what? Let's like jam some hacky code just so that we. Header link. I mean, active board or active board. What the? Active. Let me type and. Okay. What happened? How was your UFC? stuff going on. We kind of figured out how to do kind of save the database and stuff, and also I can like delete and add new items, so everything seems to be working. What? There's kind of a weird bug here. Active board ID. Oh, I see what happened. I forgot that. Type active board ID. This. And let's clean the database once more. I promise this will be the last time. And then just to-dos, whatever, and new board, whatever. You can add stuff. You can add there. Let's say I go to new board, right, and I refresh the page. It stays on new board. Perfect. Yeah. So you're not working with board ID URL perm. Yeah. So while you were gone, I decided that there were for a few issues with using the ID. First of all, is because it's a single page application, and in the context of using it in a desktop app, the router doesn't make much sense. And also I don't think people will ever go to, let's say, route ID 1234 and then share it with someone else, right? It's a single page application. So I decided to completely remove it and just use the Vuex store as a single place to get all the data. So I don't call router anymore. Totally removed the router. And yeah, I think it's fixed. So let's quickly gcm fix. And I also released it to this. You can actually access it here. Let me share the link, but before that, let's make sure that it's published. I'm deploying it so that we How's your fight? Who won? Just saving the current board, that's clicked correct. So when you click this, we store it in the database. And I know it's kind of, I'm doing a lot of things which are not that efficient. So first let's clean the database and let's try again. To-dos, create. Test, create. 1 2 1 2 3. Test works, blah blah whatever. So if I refresh the page, you are on to-dos, that's fine. I think the ordering is not good, but that's fine. But yeah, it's stored. So let's see. Let me go and save this again. To-dos, recipes. Okay, test works. So I think, okay, I'm happy to share this link with you. It was horrible. I mean, I see anyone, I find that because I love both fighters. Well, I have no idea who Adesanya is, but I'm sure it was a good one. Oh yeah, while We Has a Nice Head was doing the UFC stuff, I was fighting with Vuex and Vue and everything. Although I'm just kidding, I kind of like Vue. It's good. So you can actually go to notes.kashif.app and try it. So technically I have released something in public, right? So anything that we do from this point onwards, it's just going to be a bonus. Yeah. And yeah, sorry about that. It kind of looks crappy right now. But we will fix it. Yeah. So a lot of things has to be done, you know. We will fix it. Yeah. And the idea is that you can have, let's say, references, right? And this is how I like to have my notes. So I have like multiple notes in the same place, and I can just scroll between them. If you have seen my old app, so this is how I used to work, right? My workflow is that, let's say this is like today, right? What I want to work on today. This will be like upcoming tasks, and this is like my backlog, and this is like total future. And so I can, let's say my upcoming task has stuff like do task 1 and do task 2, and this one is like maybe future backlog stuff. So every day I come and see, okay, what kind of things I can do. So I just cut it from there and I paste it there, and then I can work on this one. But it still gives me like a good kind of reference, so that I can look at all my tasks in future and I can work. And this is a lot more functional. Of course, it's not pretty, but it's a lot more useful for me, for my workflow. Yeah. So the ordering is not right, and we will have something. I have a to-do for it. It's called ordering. I'm thinking we can have like a ordering kind of key or number or something, and then we can sort by that. You can even like drag it. So in future, you'll be able to like drag it here and there and change the ordering of these things. And maybe when you have a lot more items in future, we can show a drop down. Oh, there are like so many things we can do. Yeah. So this is how I like to have my workflow, and I'm sure maybe some other people might like it. Yes. So this thing will be updatable. This new note thing, you can actually double click and change it to today. So imagine this thing actually here today. And also you will be able to maximize it. So let's say you're working on single note, you can maximize that. And also there will be like a single, it will be more responsive. Right now it doesn't expand. We will have those things. So after lunch break, I will basically try to make it super beautiful and awesome. And once it's done, then we will focus on like making it sync between devices. Yeah. Also, I'm thinking like where to host it. This is also important. Like if you're building an app, it's important to decide the cost and stuff. And I was thinking of making it free if you're just using it in the browser, but making it like a paid version if you are using it to sync between devices. And the reason for that is because Cloud Ant or AWS CouchDB is going to be expensive. So I cannot just totally make it free. So I'm thinking we can have two different versions of it. If you just want to use it on a single device, it's free. Otherwise, maybe I can buy this kind of light plan or something. Yeah, it's something like that. So there's a free version, but it's very limited. And I think the standard version of hosted cloud, Heroku, can you really host Heroku CouchDB? I don't think you can do CouchDB. Okay, it seems like you can do it. What's the pricing on Heroku? If it's like $25 around that, so I would actually prefer to use Cloud Ant because they are like dedicated for CouchDB. They know their shit really well. So, you know. Yeah, it's something around $75, but I don't think I have to go that expensive. we can get started with a free version, and if we get more users, then I can like upgrade it to this one. But I don't think I can stay on free version for long, so I can't make it totally free. But yeah. And also I'd like to make it end-to-end encrypted so that people can write stuff and we don't send it to the database unencrypted. That could be nice. Yeah. Okay, well, it was nice talking to you. We can just let's take a break, and I'll come back in about 1 or 2 hours, and then just try to make it polished, make it so awesome that you will just throw away your Evernote and your OneNote and all kinds of notes. Maybe 2 hours. Yesterday also I took lunch break, and after lunch, you get food coma. You don't want to get up. So 1 hour to 2 hours. And yep, I'll come back. So see you guys later. Okay, bye-bye. Go watch some more boxing and stuff. Okay. Yeah, we had an idea. You're probably a night thing. I'm not sure. Let's see. Maybe I'll cook some chicken fried rice or something. I don't know. Okay. See you guys later. For V has a nice head if you're sleeping. I'll upload all this to YouTube anyways later, so you can check. I think in the chat I shared, right, the YouTube link. Oh yeah, this one. Let me share the YouTube one. So if you sleep, you can always just go to the YouTube and watch it later. I'll upload it maybe day after tomorrow. Yeah, okay, thanks. So okay, see you guys later. Bye-bye. Close. Bye-bye. Okay, so yeah, just had lunch and let's get back to working on this thing. I mean, of course, there are many things that we can do, but I would like to, let's remove this first, right? And so the basic thing that I want to finish this time is just the look and feel of this application, and maybe some things like can edit this note, right? And yeah, just the general thing. So user auth, probably these two things are gonna take too long. So confirm on delete. Let's focus on UI things first, or should I? You know what? Let's focus on UI first. let's try to make it a lot nicer. And also I header link. This header link, we don't need to have it cursor default. Cursor default. Yeah, okay. This is fine. How about this? View, right click, custom menu. Okay. Really, can I like do this? How did they work? Like, I'd like to have these custom menu items. How did they do it? Set menu. Largest. I'd like to have some view context menu component. Simple context menu. Yeah, I like this, right? I like this one. Yeah, I like this. I really like this. Eh. Okay. I think yeah, maybe this one has more features, so let's do that. View context provides a simple okay. Okay. Let's add some context menus and stuff. So we can say yarn add view context, and then import the component and use it. So on click alert. Usage. Okay, so if I go to my app.view, oh, actually in the main.js, I can set components, view context, import view context from view context. Okay. And I guess you have to do that style at import Did I change something? Nothing changed. That's good. Then we can do this. So let's go to app.view and we can say, let's have p paragraph right context, and you can say add context menu dot prevent equals dollar refs dot menu dot open. Hey Winwood, I'm back. And then you can just set this thing to, let's say that. Yeah, chicken fried rice. We had some one together. My wife cooked it. I just gobbled it up. And wait. Okay, I think you can import it like that, so you don't even need this. Import view context components. What I'm trying to understand is refs.menu.open is not a function. I'm trying to put some context menus. So instead of having these web-like menus, we can have like right click and delete and stuff. That would be nice. I'm trying to see. Okay, maybe it's because of that view context. CSS, okay. CSS. What? Node modules. Source. Oh, there's no CSS. Oh, no. Oh, it's in actually dist. Okay, and then right click. Yay, look at that. Look at this, beautiful. And so we just need some way to kind of do this. Instead of having it like that, I can we don't need this. Main.js CSS. We can actually import it right there. View register component. I guess you'll have to do that. View dot components component view context Okay, this thing works, right? You can do that. The benefit of having it this way is that we can, let's open like header link, and let's put that thing there. And instead of having this button click, we can even add like context menu dot prevent, and we can say $refs dot menu dot open. So I don't need this. Template root requires sure, div. Okay, which means the left click works, but right click opens this thing, which is great. And we can remove that. Instead of doing this thing, view context, can I like do this? How about this? Instead of having it in this place, we can put it somewhere outside the modal, right? But it can still work. No, it won't. trying to understand. Like what I'm trying to figure out is what's the best way to show this right click menu is. I mean, one thing is that anytime you want a context, you have to put this kind of thing, which is not that bad, except that it's not that pretty. I mean, I would like to make it more data driven, but I can't do that right now. If I remove this and I try to click, it won't work. But if I go to that place, okay, how about this? If I mounted this $refs, I want to see. Okay, so we have this menu component, right? And what if I remove this thing? I don't have anything. And what if I put it there? I still don't have it. Can I do view to shared refs? it's empty. I'd like to know how can I like put this thing. View X refs. View share access parent refs. View access global refs. This.root.emit. Okay, can I do this here? I mean, I'm just playing right now. It's kind of confusing. We can say this.$root on. Oh no. On open handle. And then we can say this.$root.emit open handle. And then we can also say this.$refs. Let's see. Click. This.$root does not function. This.root.emit. Vuex global refs. Vuetify, is that a library? Nah, I'm probably not going to. I'm using Tailwind, so I'll try to stick with that. Currently, I'm trying to figure out how to use global refs in Vue. Yeah, I kind of love Tailwind. This dot okay, you know what? Let's not waste time on this thing. Like I would have wished to make it this context as a component, and then I can handle that component on my own. You know, it's not that bad. Like, I can still try to do it. Let's try one more time. Remove this, we don't need that. And context.prevent, we should have, let's have like a right click, context options, and we can say open context menu, commit, and payload, and we can say commit open, can say set context open to true, and then we can say set context options to, let's say, payload, right? And then we can even make it set context open state to open, and we can say state dot context open equals to open. What else? We can also say set context options, set context options payload, context options payload. So the idea is that we can like reuse the same thing just by defining it this way. Set context options. And then we don't need this, any of that. And just the map.actions, we can also say open context menu, open context menu. So when you click that, we can just say open context menu, which will open it. Now in the app, we can create like map getters. How about this context open, context open to false, and context options to be null. And then we can even create some getters here somewhere. Context open, and context options to be context options. So I believe you have open to true. Open context menu, what did I do? Okay. Just wondering, where is this context menu thing? Open is open. Open is true. How about that? Or can I do like context open? And how about this? props default. Nah. Oh, I see. View detect vuex state change. Vuex store. Watch. Okay, I think we can do something like this. So watch, and inside the watch, anytime the context open changes, new value, old value, and we can say changed, new value, old value, and let's see if that can work. Yep, changed, true. Right, so we can say if new value is true, basically, then we can say this dot refs dot menu dot open. Old value is never used. View is kind of painful in this sense. Cannot read menu of undefined. Oh, it's not called this. It's called $refs. Nice. I don't think it's a good idea at this point. We would like to do it, but I don't think I'm kind of ready to commit to a design at this point. So let's clean that thing up, because I will eventually clean it up. It's just that I don't have a good idea of how to do it. So I don't want to kind of commit to a design which I cannot do right now. This is going to be $refs dot menu dot open. Okay. And I can get these things. Whoa. Close on click. It could be that maybe I need to have more like that. Board.id menu. So instead of this, we can say board.id menu. Open context. This dot dollar refs menu board.id dot open. Open context. Good. It's kind of weird. Open source, come on. Ref is menu. Header. Can I put the header? $ref menu dot open. I'm never going back to VS Code. I sometimes use VS Code for situations where it's a lot easier to edit. I mean, I prefer Vim for my dev work, but sometimes you have to edit like JSON and stuff, and I find that's the only point I use VS Code. I don't know. I used to use VS Code a lot, but anytime I open it on my laptop, the fans just go nuts, and it just takes up so much memory and CPU that I just don't want to use it. View context. WebStorm, yeah, I think I've heard of it. Maybe this one seems a lot easier. So you know what? Screw this. Screw this library. It's kind of crappy. We can do that. And we can do this. View context. Are you using WebStorm, Winwood? Header. Oh, cool. Oh, actually, in this case, I don't need to put it there. I can put it there. View simple context. Which means can't resolve. You know what? Let's add view simple context menu. Do you ever want to move back to India? Maybe. I don't know. But since I'm married to a Japanese girl, I don't see that I can ever permanently move there. Someone has to, we always have to kind of shift between the two countries. Yeah, I do visit, but I haven't been there since the lockdown happened, so it's kind of crazy to go anywhere right now. But I go about like once or twice a year. Blood was taken, by the way. Where are you from, by the way? Are you somewhere in Asia? Yeah, I think the same problem here. Yeah, the cost of living is kind of low, which is nice. Refs.menu is not an option. Options got undefined. Options. You know what? Let's put options. It's a list of 1, 2. Expected array got undefined. Data. Return. option clicked is not defined. Sure. Why am I doing this? Why? Oh, it's called show menu. Okay. So you have something, and at least it's not going bad. Can I try to move it out here? Okay, I really need to find a way. Global refs. I need to find, how do I do a global ref? I mean, I can try to do parent.parent. Okay, you know what? How about this? Okay, I need to kind of collect my thoughts. Okay, I just need to pass the event and items. So if I can do global emit, this seems like an easy way. I can just emit that. Okay, let's try to do that. Let's have bus.js, and we can say import view from view and export default event bus const event bus equals new view. Right, it's just a simple bus. And then in my app.js, I can actually import that bus lib, or like bus, and then somewhere here created, we can say bus dot on $on context open context or context menu, right? Just keep it simple. Payload opening context, and you can even pass the payload there, right? And then I can import the same bus from like there. Probably you got to do that, and I can say handle context. I can say bus dot emit dollar emit context menu, or what did it call? Open context handle event. Is that what you pass in? Event and item. Event and item. So you just pass event and item as a payload to that. If this thing is right, then cannot it show many? Okay, of course. Yeah, so this thing will actually call handle context. It's too late. Well, all thanks to you. You know, you told me to use this clicking. So I am clicking, which means this thing is emitting open context. Oh, look at that. The name is kind of different. Context menu. Well, I'm not switching now. It's fine. Okay, clicking. This seems fine. Why is this thing probably called created? That's why. Yep, opening context menu. So I can do any of that. Seems to be working now. So instead of doing all this here, we can just open context menu, and we don't need that there. And let's go to main and put that thing somewhere there. And because it's just a simple view event, we can say open context menu commit but wait, payload commit bus is defined but not used. Yeah, sure. I kind of hate this thing with view. Doesn't let me do what I know what I'm doing. Please let me do stuff. Okay, so you have the mouse event passed in, right? What that means is I can just bus dot dollar emit payload and context menu, something like that. Commit is never used, which is fine. Okay. Good. So I'm getting this stuff, right? Next, let's try to actually open the thing. Element ID. Context element. Options clicked. Here we can say this dot dollar refs dot menu dot show menu payload look at that. We have the stuff data, right? And we can also do something more clever here. So we can say this dot options, or instead of that, let's have a getter here. Map getters. We can say context options, and the options are going to be context options. Got undefined, which is fine. Context options is going to be an array, simple. And when you open, we should, I think you can't see it here, commit. So we can say commit set context options payload dot options, and then you emit to the context menu saying payload dot good. The payload is fine, right? And somewhere here, let's also add set context options state options. We can say state dot context options equals options. Just jam through the code. It doesn't really matter what you did. Payload dot options set context options. That is good. Let's go to header link. Is there where we did the thing? Open context menu. Handle context. Handle context. This dot open context menu event, let's say. So the payload needs to be event and options, and let's create the options here like that. 1, 2, whatever. So that means I can click that and it opens. It also means that I can go to app.view, and instead of showing it that, we can say payload.event. So it kind of shows at the right place. Okay. Right. Now let's read the documentation as to what items you have to pass in. Options will use the name parameter as a label. Okay. So I guess you need to pass the name. So instead that we can say test1, and we can have name test2, and we can go to header link const option is that. Okay, yes, finally we have something. Good. Click, and we can have different things here. So also, how can I style it? If I look at this value, okay, I'm pretty sure if I don't import the CSS, okay, it kind of goes at the wrong place. So yeah, you do need the CSS, but at least we have some option.name, option.class, option.types. Okay, well, we have at least some context menu, and we can like use that to do stuff. So you can see clicked, and let's try to kind of refactor it into different places because I'm tired of having everything in one. Context menu, top view. Let's have that there. Template. And how about this one? Put that thing there. What else? And we can have some scripts there. Bus needs to go there. And created can go completely there. Export default. Okay. Context options. Yeah, you don't need that here. We need that here. And map getters, we need that there. And of course you have to use that somewhere, so we can say context menu from context menu, and you can just put that thing there. Context menu is defined but never used. I just used it, bro. Can't resolve bus, of course, because you gotta go one step. Options click got undefined. Okay. Well, options clicked can have something more special. We can have like options clicked, event, so what I'm trying to do is to, anytime someone clicks anything, I will get the data, and you can see the items. Item is undefined right now, but you can imagine passing items easily. So we can say show menu and then payload, right? And when you pass the payload, next time you get the item, right? So item will be the event and the options, and you can pass in all kinds of things within that, and then we can like pull it out when we need it. So that's good. And all this nonsense just so that we can have context menu, because we will use that for deleting. So instead of having this delete board here, we can like right click and delete. Yeah. Okay. Context option is not defined. You don't need that. Okay. Break time. There's a lot of stuff. We have to do. We gotta sit. Gotta sit down now. And Yeah, I mean, styling is not that much. I would say styling is just 1 or 2 hours max. Having these kind of things are most painful. Modal open. So I'd like to, as a first step, I'd like to move this thing. So let's try to style it first. You know, that's what we're doing now. Let's copy that and import, let's say, context menu.css. Context menu.css, and we can make it color red just for fun, right? And now let's say, what can we do? We can say things like font size 0.7 rem. Maybe that's too small, 8. Okay, and padding 0. Okay, maybe padding, that's too less. How about 1 rem, 2 rem? That's too much. So let's change that to 0.5 and 0.75. Okay, and how about min width to be 100 pixels, right? And we can make that display flex, background red, margin bottom 3 pixels. Okay, so this is right. And then we can say justify, align items center, justify content center, it's in the middle, and we don't need this horrible color. And we can say border bottom 1 pixel solid light gray to kind of give that. Anything else? And okay, what about the thing? What about this one? Let's style this one. Style that. Background, let's see if we are actually targeting the right thing. Yes, we are. So then we can say border radius 2 pixels. So the border radius is actually overflow, probably hidden. That's why. Nah. Okay. How about this? What if I do that? And so windward, we are actually styling, you know, it's kind of style. Background, it's going to be black. Yeah, and you get that. I still don't like the padding at the top and bottom. Yeah, okay. And we can say cursor default. In this case, I don't think we can, because this thing is like a separate library, and we might be able to. I mean, it's not that difficult. The problem is that when you pass the options, I think the library has a thing that where I can pass the classes here. So I can say things like text red 400, and I think when I do that, it will somehow use it. Right? Is that the right way to do it? Oh, it's called options. Option.class. That's what I did. Yeah, maybe it's because of this, but somehow I can do that. I don't want to do it because there is a possibility that the style that I'm writing like this may be removed by Tailwind automatically because it purges the style. So I don't want to risk that. That's why I'm manually doing it. I would say if you want to make a complete app in Tailwind, you still have to style something in without Tailwind. I would say 98% you can do with Tailwind, but the rest 2% you still have to do it just like we're doing right now, right? The whole app is Tailwind, but sometimes you just cannot do. Okay, that looks fine. And okay. Okay, let's not focus too much on this thing. Let's go to header link and try to do things. So what I want to do is when you click this, I should open the menu. That's fine. But I should also, let's only have one option called delete board. Right. So next time you open, this will be delete board. And I can also, the question is, how do I dispatch? How about this? We can say dispatch message is going to be, let's say, delete board, and dispatch options. I'm just trying to make it data oriented, So if I look at the delete board thing, it has ID only. So dispatch options is going to be board.id. Yeah, so this dot board. So now we have the options and we pass the data. Let's go to the context menu and try to get that data, right? So next time when you click it, the option will have all the data. So if I click that, if I see this, you can see that this has options and it has dispatch message and dispatch options. So what I can do is const options equals event, and if options dot dispatch message is true, which means it's not empty, then we can say we can even do this map actions. Oh yeah, I don't think we can do that. We have to do it that way. This dot $store dot dispatch dispatch message, options.dispatch message, and options.dispatch options. If I have done this thing right, when I go and click this, it should dispatch the message. Let's commit everything. Cannot read property dispatch of message. What? Maybe I made some stupid mistake. Options. So what are you up to, Winward, if you're there? Are you working on something right now or just chilling out? Oh, it's called option, not options. It's called options, stupid, not options. Option is not defined. Yeah, of course it's not defined. Hey Dane, what's up? About to learn Mongoose, good. Cool. Delete. If we did it right, just by right clicking, we will have delete. Yay! Deleted. Look at that. Filming your channel trailer. Well, nice. Yeah, I also need to like kind of clean up my YouTube game. I haven't really done anything about that. Are you going to stream today or no? Tomorrow, Dane? So, okay, let's see. Test. Oh, test board. And you can make like multiple things. And then I can click and delete board. Gone. Good. Yeah, setup tour video. I gotta clean my shit first. There's a lot of crap lying there. Tomorrow, okay, cool. I'll be checking out. So yeah, so far, I mean, we kind of released the basic version of the app. I think you were not there in the morning, but I kind of released it on my subdomain. And right now there are a lot of things missing, but you can create like multiple boards, and then each board can have any number of nodes that you want, and then this can all scroll, and all of this is kind of stored in the database. Yeah, like that. And it also persists, so you can refresh the page and still have that. Yeah. So right now what I'm trying to see is just styling stuff. So I will remove this crappy delete button, and we can have this right click thing. And I found this nice library in Vue, Vue simple context menu, which means you can just create like this kind of nice thing. So it doesn't look more like a web page. It should look like an app. I like that. We can also, instead of this, replace this with like a drop down. And yeah, okay, so let's do that. Next thing is replace this button with like an actual context menu kind of thing. How do I do that? Well, we have to go to the editor, and the button here, this button doesn't need to be like that. It could just be like a 3 dots. Yeah, this kind of thing. I'm thinking more like that. Yeah, like that. Of course, we don't want to delete stuff. Let's see how we did it. Sorry. You know what? I think we don't even need to have the click button there. The point is that this whole div is a thing, right? So if I just put context menu dot prevent equals handle context, right? And then let's define handle context somewhere down there. Payment and encryption, no, definitely. I don't think it's possible. Before you can have encryption, I would say we should have user authentication. And also before you can have payment, you need to have authentication. So authentication is like the first most important thing after all this styling thing. Yeah, sure. If you have feedback, not on stream or anything, wait till launch weekend finished. Yeah, sure. After today, just maybe send me the link. I can check it out. Yeah, I want to see it too. What kind of trailer are you thinking about? Like, will it be like things flying and motivational or something, or is it like just Twitch.tv? Okay. You know what? We need a break, so let's check it out. Oh, this one? This one, right? Oh, okay, cool.
Hi there, I'm Dane. I'm a software developer from Australia, and I've been working in the industry since 2005. During this time, I've learned that technology changes constantly, so I created this channel to share with you my journey of learning new technologies and building interesting applications along the way. I'll use technologies such as TypeScript, JavaScript,
Wait, 2005? What?
CSS, Follow, Graph, and I've been working in the industry since 2005.
Oh, 2005.
During this time, I've learned that technology changes constantly, so I created this channel to share with you my journey of learning new technologies and building interesting applications along the way. I'll use technologies such as TypeScript, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Follow, GraphQL, Next.js, Electron, and many more. I'll explore techniques such as lean canvas, user story mapping, emergent design, TDD, BDD, and others. I'm also keen to help you all, so if you have any questions or comments, please feel free, and let's build a community of learning together. If all of that sounds interesting to you, don't forget to follow and you'll be notified of when I'm streaming next. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you soon.
Yay! Let's go! It's so nice. Like, yeah, it's pretty dope. It's nice. I don't see any problem with this. But is it, like, why is it on Twitch? I thought it's for the YouTube, right? But I mean, it's pretty good for YouTube as well. I guess it's awesome. Yeah, you are quite serious though in the video. Okay, nice. Yeah. Pretty good. 2005, right? 2005. Where was I in 2005? I was probably in high school or something. Okay, well, it looks good. It's really nice. It explains all the message and stuff. So yeah, looking forward for that. And okay, well, it's nice. Good. I think I probably subscribed to your the YouTube channel already. I'll check later. Okay. And the idea is that instead of having this crappy button here, we can just right click, just right click and do everything from the context menu, just like an app. So handle context menu and this dot open context. So instead of that, let's have open context menu. And then you can right click. Come on. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally delete everything? No. Okay. What's going on? I did handle context and I say context menu dot prevent, which should click. Oh, is it because, oh no, no, that's not what this thing should be. BG gray 600. Don't even need that, I think. Why can't I have, cannot read property of undefined or something. It's pretty good. Like, I'm kind of not as fast in it though. Like, I'm struggling with really basic things like, oh, how do I have a global variable somewhere so that I can pass message or something? And also, the Vuex library is very easy to use, but still, I'm like not so new to it. But yeah, it's good. I would say I'm about like 70% speed compared to React. But yeah, in terms of like the feature set and the simplicity, I think it's pretty good. I'm kind of enjoying it. The only thing I hate all the time is that you can't have any variable unused. I'm sure you can disable it somehow, but it's just so annoying. Like in dev mode, you should be able to have unused variables. Cannot read property ID of undefined var. What did I do here? Event. Okay. So I did click, which means this is actually calling this the right thing. So that's not the problem. Delete note. Delete note. Delete note. Oh yeah, of course this is wrong because I don't have that thing. We can just say this.noteid. So then right click and delete note, which is good. And of course in future we will have the some confirmation before we do this. But and also along with this we can have one more, which is called rename note. And this could be rename note like that. And let's copy that. We can call this rename note. And this will be rename note. No, that's fine. That is all good. Rename note. Commit. And also we can go and create like a new function here. Rename note. And the ID. Is that the right way to do it? Rename note ID, yes. So yeah, we get the thing, and just like this one, so first of all you should get the note, state.notes by ID, and then you should say note dot, oh yeah, of course, no, payload.id. Once you have the ID, you should be able to update the name. So you can say title equals payload.title, and then you can say notes, and then payload dot, in fact just keep it at ID. Like this. Set the new name, this, oh yeah, this.board ID, yeah, that was the wrong thing. So the new name is, the way I will set it is, if you look at the database, like we are using Vuex, which is like the Redux for thing. We have this database object where we store every note in an object. So I'm thinking of just accessing this and just updating the title like that. But I think we still have, when you right click, we still need to show some kind of modal. So I have to do that eventually. Yeah, but let's see. So rename note is kind of fine. And one thing I kind of got stuck. Oh, gotta go. Okay, sure. I'll catch up later tomorrow with you. Okay, bye-bye. So yeah, as I was saying, one thing that we have to make sure that we always use view.set, because the note can totally not reflect the changes, but that's fine. So in the rename note, let's have payload, and the payload needs to pass there, and we can say payload.id and payload.title, and then go to database. Instead of that, let's copy that, rename note title this.db.getID, and then we can say put doc title is title. Okay, so which means editor. So next time I'm renaming the note, and dispatch option is going to be ID. It's going to be this.noteID, and title is, let's say, new title, right? And I can pass that thing. And because I'm designing it in a data-oriented way, I can just pass this stuff and it will automatically change things. So let's see if this works. If I refresh, just in case, rename note, if I do rename note, it should change to new title. And it does, without any error. You know, I'd like to point this fact out, that we did it in one try. Okay, and new title, so basically I can rename things, and of course you will eventually show like a modal to edit things, but and you know, even we can like double click it, to be honest. Okay. What to do now? We can remove this nonsense button, header, delete this button. We can even delete this button. Right. And what else? You should be able to rename the thing, right? Header link. So let's have another option here, comma, rename board this.board.id underscore ID, like that, and then we can have title. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's called no, it's not called title, it's called name. So name is going to be new board name. just hard-coded, right? To do incomplete. And that means if I click, I will get rename board. And of course, if I dispatch this, no one is listening for this message, so it's not gonna work. Let's rename board, payload.id, payload.name, rename board, payload.that, db, rename note, copy paste driven development. Title is going to be name. Fine. And we also have to do the same thing for board. Rename board. This is going to be boards, payload.name, name, board, state.boards. Okay. Jammed in the code, but I'm pretty sure we have done it. So right click, rename, new board name. This one, and let's create one more. And right click, rename board, and right click, delete. Rename board, delete that. Good. Slowly, it's coming nicely. That's just good. And what else? Rename is there, delete, rename, which is good. And this styling is of course a placeholder, right? We can always make it even better, like make it look like a lot nicer, but for now it's okay. What more importantly, I'd like to focus on the styling of this thing. Div content. So if I look at debug, that's the left side, and flex one. If I look at this, yeah, this is full width, but the question is why is this one not taking full width? And the reason for that, because it should be flex one, right? So I can add more and it will appear. So you can see that when there are 4, it will take up 4 space, but if you get bigger, and you can get smaller like that, which is a lot better, I think. Rename, delete. And I'm just wondering why is there like a MX? How about MX1? MXPX. Nah, MX1 was fine. This is good enough, right? And let's design this thing first. First of all, the border. The border is fine, although I don't understand. What I'm trying to see is if I do rounded large, it does cut off. So rounded MD or rounded, just rounded. Debug. The problem is that you can see if I kind of zoom in, there's like a red boundary behind it, which I'm not sure why. PG gray. Text white. PY1. No. You know what I mean? I mean, there's this kind of bleed. You can see there's like a red line outside. I don't know why. Because that's supposed to not be there. Border gray 200. Anyways, so yeah, sure, okay. Let's figure that out later. And then, which looks okay. How about this one? Debug. This is actually full width. PY2, PX1. And the editor, this editor content is called prose mirror. So I can go to prose, yeah. Outline, none. Okay. Good. And if, let's make it px3 or px2. Cool. So okay, how about font size? I think maybe we can make it slightly bigger. Text large. Prose mirror is rounded. Why is this rounded? Okay. Hello there. And I find it very the overflow is hidden, and yet what I don't understand is the overflow is hidden on this thing, right? Which means maybe it does. It's just not, it's just so small that I can't see it. Okay. PY2. And also we can also make it like focused. So 4624, 32. Min width large. So this in should be large. Or you know what? I think SM was fine. Okay. How long have I been streaming? 1 hour and 35 minutes. Okay. Rename. Should rename it. New note. Oh yeah, this is not what we want. Like when there's too much text, the overflow should be auto. And overflow is hidden. So why auto? Basically styles overflow auto. Prose mirror. What if I add like a class overflow y hidden and it still shows up? How about we say, how about we remove the prose mirror? Okay, I gotta figure out how to, not have it totally, because I want the page to be like this, but it should scroll within each thing. Maybe it's because how about we just do this? Okay, now it scrolls because yeah, H editor dot H editor is going to be max height. Is there a thing called max height? 90 VH. Come on. Yep. Okay, how about this? The header is 45 pixels, which means if I do this, can I do calc 45 minus 45 pixels, 99 minus 45 pixels? Okay. Slightly bigger. So let's put it like 97 VH. Because we can use the bottom for something else, something more clever. Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like that you can put that thing there. And what the crap did I do on this one? Okay. Yeah, and then you can have like more of them. You can of course give it more space. And you can see that every one of them is at a different location, which is the best way to use a note. Styles. How about we make this one 4, this one 32, or 28 RAM. Good. Change scroll styles. Okay, so it kind of reduced, which is good. Let's try to figure out if we can make it even smaller. 5 pixels? Okay. Maybe that's too small for accessibility. That's good. It's good enough. Let's delete this one, delete that one. And thumb border radius 5 pixels, and it will become like that. And cursor default what? Pointer? Oh, no. That's how you write cursor, right? Cursor. Anyways. Cool. And because we are only supporting Chrome, because in electron we can scroll bar border radius is 5 pixels. Overflow hidden. No, I think this needs to go there. Yeah. Good. Well, time for taking another break. Add context menu, styling. Time to take a break. Not sure if Winward or other people are here, but you know, I mean, it looks better than before. And like this, you know, I can add other items. And let's think about it later. Well, I'm gonna take a break. View 3, it's not view 3, view 2. Yeah. But yes, making a notes-taking app in Vue.js. So far we have gotten this far. And you know, it looks fine. We still have to do a lot of styling and stuff, but yeah, I just added like the context menu, so you can right click and delete things. And like you can do like test kashif, let's say. Then you can right click and delete the board. It's gone. Cool. Well, you just arrived, but I have to take a break and I'll go to the park and stuff. For the browser, I'm using PouchDB. PouchDB, this one. And the plan is that for the free version, I will use the PouchDB. But for like a commercial version, I'll try to sync it with some backend database like CouchDB. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll take a break, go for a walk, and then come back, have dinner, and then work for a bit in the evening. But the last final work will just be to polish whatever we have. I should not try to add any more features to it, because I don't think I'll be able to finish everything in time. So yeah, looks fine. Okay, I'll catch up later. Bye-bye. All right. Let's go. Let's go, people. Okay. Um, I don't have much time left. So as we were planning, we will just focus on podcasts. No, what am I making? Notes. And serve. So because we don't have much time, we have like 13 hours left, and I'll probably be sleeping 9 hours of those. And I have maybe 1 or 2 hours left, right? No, yeah, we don't have much time, but I have about 1 or 2 hours left before I sleep, so definitely we will clean this up. And yeah, so out of those 13 hours, 9 hours goes to sleeping, plus 2 hours right now, and maybe 2 hours in the morning. But tomorrow I have some freelance work. So yeah, man, I'm kind of old, you know. I really like sleeping. I don't know, I'm a sleepy person. And also I like to read or something at night before sleeping. So yeah, because you need to really kind of cool down after coding. When you're coding, your brain is super stimulated. You're in the zone and you don't feel sleepy. So I find that if I'm working late night and I immediately go to bed, I can't sleep. So you need to have a buffer between them. So today maybe 2 hours max. That's it, right? We don't need to work too hard on this. I think I have already figured out a lot of stuff. Let's just try to finish the lowest common milestone that we can, and then it will be at least usable for me, and then we can just go from there. It kind of is, you know, but it's still fun. Yeah, I mean, it's not super hard thing right now. Although, you know, first time, thanks to you, like I'm forcing myself to use Vue, which is also a good learning experience. And also, this is the first time I'm using CouchDB or PouchDB, and the PouchDB is kind of new for me, so it's a bit of challenge, you know. But yeah, so the goal now, let's refresh this, in the next 2 hours, let's just try to polish this thing. And what the hell just happened here? What? Did I delete something? I have total rows. Oh, you cloned it? Great, nice. Yeah. And let's create some things. Okay. New notes, refresh. Okay. There's this, you know, bug of kind of reorder things, which I don't like, but let's just not worry about this right now. So what I'm thinking of doing is, let's kind of take a note of what are the most important things to do, and then we will try to just finish those. Yeah, this is kind of done, and this is finished. Let's see. Confirmation on delete stuff. It's important, but it's not that important. Although, you know what, let's do that. And also can set rename, or basically rename modal for boards and notes. I think if we can finish these two things, and also the empty state, right? When someone starts for the first time, you should have that. If we can finish these 3 things, everything else is not that important. We can do it next week. So, okay. One thing is that you can see I can rename the board, and also sometimes when no active board set to the first one, right? Because we don't want people to be in empty state. Okay, and then also in future we can have things like change zoom level. Yeah, I had dinner. I had some Thai curry, which was crazy spicy. And let's, so if I rename the notes, although I would prefer to have click open it. You know, one thing is that people might not guess that you can actually click and edit this. So I would still prefer to have like a context menu or something. But you know, that's like a low priority thing. The most important thing right now is let's fix this rename thing, because right now it's only, it doesn't show the modal. And I was investigating view modal pop-up, and I found this kind of nice library. This one. It looks pretty good, but I feel like npm style, I feel like this is like a full library, which we don't want. What I want is more like a small component. Although I already have a modal, so why not just use that? Yeah, let's do that. I have a modal, and I can just say I have this modal thing, and this only shows up when that happens. How to show, okay, view reuse modal. No, please don't ask me to sign in. Export name modal, fine. This thing is just a container, and it's the same document. What the hell? Composing reusable modal dialog. Well, he's the creator of Tailwind CSS, Adam. So I'm pretty sure. Closing when background is clicked. Closing when escape is pressed. Okay. If you were to do a master's degree, I already have a master's degree. Why would I do it again? If I had to do it again, maybe finance or something, you know. Yeah, I have a master's in industrial engineering and operations research. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Next time when I click the rename board, header link, rename board, dispatch. So this thing should not open rename. This should say rename board modal. And dispatch options should just be that, right? Yeah, like that. And then let's go to main.js and create rename board modal. And what this thing is, this does not need to do that. This just needs to kind of emit. Yeah, so what this needs to do is kind of from the bus, maybe I can say bus.$emit open rename board modal, and then I can pass in the payload. Commit is not, yeah, crap. This is so annoying. And then we can go to the bus and actually app, and we can do that bus from lib bus. And when you create it, so we can say created, we can say bus.on. What is this thing? So open rename modal on this data, let's say payload, opening rename modal, right? So I'm just like passing the data, payload, and you need a comma there. Okay, so next time if I click that, it's going to send me a message. Item and option, what? Bus.emit open rename, oh yeah. Yep, opening rename, right? And you get the stuff in it, which is fine. Now, because we are in the app menu, and let's have another modal, and we will figure out that a way to kind of combine these two. But let's say we can say rename modal open, and just, it's a very bad approach, but rename modal open to false. So in this case, we can say this dot rename modal open to true, and let's just print payload because view is annoying, and comma there. Okay. Rename board. This is going to be rename board and rename board ID is null. So here we can just set this dot rename board ID. Oh no, rename board ID equals payload dot ID. Right. So what I'm trying to do is just make a very crappy version of that, and we can say rename board ID. My bachelor is in mechanical engineering, and my master's is in industrial engineering. Okay. So next time, what happens if I click this, click that, rename board, right? And what else? Board name. Board name is going to be rename board name is going to be, let's say, this. And in the payload, why don't we return the thing? So the payload, how about this one? Rename board model, right? So header link. And how about this name? It's going to be this.board.name. So what we can do, this dot rename board name equals payload.name. And of course you need comma. I really need prettier. Can I just copy? Let me just copy prettier. Mono dot prettier. Okay, I have prettier now. Things are going to be a lot simpler. Tab width, let's do 2. Print width is fine. Semi is false. Single quote. Consistent. Yep. Okay. So you learned to code on your own? Well, yeah, kind of. In my master's, I did some coding because we had to do some, kind of some research, including computer science and maths and stuff. But when I joined my company, my first project was just programming in Python. And because most of the job that I did during the past 5-6 years involved some kind of coding all the time, then I just started learning it. Well, yeah, so my master's is in industrial engineering and operations research. So this IEOR, it's industrial engineering and operations research, is kind of a bridge field which kind of combines your mechanical and industrial engineering along with computer science and some mathematics. So you have to do some computer science stuff in it. So yeah, but I didn't really do that much coding in my college. When I joined my first company, that's when I actually wrote some pretty heavy code and stuff. So I would say I'm like only 6 years old in terms of coding and stuff. 6 or 7 years old max. Yeah. But yeah. And I would still say that if you're thinking of learning coding, what I found, I wish I did this earlier, is that you need to build stuff more. right? If you just focus on learning new programming stuff and watching tutorials and taking courses, you will not learn a lot, because that's what I did over the past many years, and I didn't make any progress. And then somehow I just ended up leaving all that knowledge, and just writing shitty code and just building something small. And I found that when I built something, I had so much more confidence. So I built something even better, and then better, and then better. And now I'm kind of decent in coding. So yeah, you don't need any degree or anything like that for that. Board name. So this payload.name, that means if I rename, it does not give me the rename board, and you can't even click it. So I see what happened. Rename modal open. Update valid form. Nah, I don't need that. Like that. And vModel is going to be rename board name, rename board name. Okay. Where the hell am I? Show menu. So if this dot $refs dot menu, then you do that. And rename. And here, look at that. It's there. Now, if you click this, what we should do is map actions, right? So let's map the action. And we can say rename board and the board gets the ID, actually, this one. And also, wait a minute, main rename board gets the payload, actually. So what you need to pass in is actually an array, and ID is going to be that, and name is going to be rename board name, which will send you all that stuff. So judgment time. Updated, and it's updated. Look at that, right? And I cannot close it. I cannot close it. I cannot close it. Why? Why can I not close it? Like, there's a button, right? Oh, the set modal open thing. I think this is not a good place to do this. Yeah. Like, this thing is not a good idea to do. What we should do is maybe learn how to emit to parent, and learn how to passing back data from that. So we can say this dot $emit. Clicked. Okay. So yeah, instead of this having this at click, we can just do $emit and clicked. No. Close or closed. Right? Closed. And we don't need this. Yep, you don't need any of that. So what will happen is, because I have this modal thing. Oh no, it only happens on the parent. So I need the scripts, but on close, handle the close thing, right? And here, although yeah, I think it will work. I think no, I was kind of right. This emit will just emit to the parent, so we will get at close here, because that's what we're passing, right? Closed. Console.log closed, like that. So it should, in theory, print. If I do this, console is not defined. Probably I cannot do this. Okay. Methods, close, create board modal, closing. That means I can just do close create board modal like this. Hey Kashif, what do you do for a day job? Well, I used to be a software engineer in a company, but I left last month, and now I'm a freelance developer. And for my day job, I'm working on this startup called Mono, which is a pay-as-you-go podcast hosting company, and I'm building it from scratch. I'm having fun doing it, and in the part-time, I'm also doing some freelance work. Yep, that's it. What about you? And do this. Closing, yeah, so you can see emitting. And then we can simply, what we were doing there, we can just do it here. You can say this dot set modal open to false, and it will still work. Right. Oh, you lost your job. Were you like a developer or something? Can we have multiple module? No, I don't think so. I think it will overwrite what you had last time. Okay, well, I mean, I thought that COVID was not that impactful on dev jobs. I mean, in fact, I would say IT sector and the programming community was like the least affected one of them. So how come you had this? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. If you're a developer, what were the circumstances that they had to like lay off people? Set modal open. I think we don't even need this. We can just say, set modal open to false, and it will still do the same thing. And here as well, we can say closed, and this one is going to be rename modal open equals false, and it will still work. Rename board, and if I click, it should go away. Nice. Rename board, fine. If I click on this one, it should have different name. That's good, right? See, slowly it's kind of coming up. Rename, updated. So let's change the name. And also one thing is that when you update it, so when you submit the form, I would like to close rename modal open to false. I think I can do that. This is also something I don't like very much in Vue, is that You can write JavaScript anywhere you want, so you can see how much things I'm putting in this tiny thing. Okay, let's rename this. New name. Add new name. Great. This one is going to be, let's say, tasks. Nice. Right. And also, once this is done, we can focus on this one, rename note. So how about this? Can I do view emit component, emit a component? Or can I like store a component, vuex store component? Can I do that? Vuex pass component. So I guess you can do this kind of dispatching where you can send the component, because in order to make this modal kind of, you know, in order to make it very dry and like use only one modal, I have to kind of refactor this. So something like modal open and then modal close, right? And then inside the slot, I can have things like this whole thing can become a component, right? How about that? How about that? Hey, Jason Web Dev. It's good. If you saw it yesterday, it was kind of crappy, but now at least it works in the browser. So you can like create new boards and like you can delete the notes and stuff, and you can add items, and it's good scrolling and everything is fine. So I have about 12 hours left. So maybe I think I would say I have about 2 or 3 hours left. So in the next 2-3 hours, I'm trying to polish it and just finish this thing. How about rename board persisted? So if I refresh the page, it should stay persisted. Yeah. Yay, nice work. Cool. Right now I'm trying to figure out how to do this kind of so I have 3 modals, right? I have 2 right now, but I'm thinking of adding 1 more. You know what? Let's add 1 more. Because in order to make, I feel like in order to make like a good abstraction, we should focus on how to use it first. So let's say, let's call this rename note modal open, and rename note modal open to false, and then we can say rename note, and then rename note modal open to false, and this one is going to be rename note ID, and this one's title, and rename note title, note name, rename note title, rename note title, update this thing again, rename note. Just copy pasting stuff, nothing fancy here. Rename note, and rename note title, which is empty, rename note ID, which is null, and rename note modal open, which is false. Just jam in some dirty code, it doesn't matter. And let's add another emit event, which is called note modal, and rename open. This one is going to be rename note ID, this one's going to be rename node title, which is title. Oh, okay. Modal open. Okay. Just keep jamming in code and we will figure out how to refactor everything later. That's fine. So the next thing is main, go to main, and just like this, we will have another one called rename note modal, and we can say note modal. So just instead of directly doing it, we will kind of pass it along editor.view and rename note. So instead of passing this thing, what we need to pass is rename note modal, and we can say title is going to be this dot note data dot title, which is like the existing title, right? Okay, rename, look at that, and it closes up. Rename, let's say this one is upcoming tasks, and look at that, we can rename stuff now. This is like today, and this is like, let's say, backlog, right? And this is future, and we don't need this. Delete that, delete this one, and we also need rename this. This is like our daily, our tasks, right? And this one, let's make it recipe. So recipes, and this one is like, I don't know, Indian recipes. And we can add another one. This one is like, I don't know, Japanese stuff. And you know, just for fun, we can add stuff. How about ideas? I can have an idea board, and let's add like 2 or 3 ones. This one can be startup ideas, right? This one could be app ideas, and this is like game dev ideas. So as you can see, like this is how I like to use my to-do app. So I would have many items, right? There could be like many project 1 and project 2, all kinds of things in my backlog, and every once in a while I would go through them and kind of triage the tasks that I should do, and then I would list them down here. So I'll be like task 1 and task 2 and task 3 or whatever, right? And then every day I would just look at this thing and say, okay, what are the things that I want to do? So let's say I want to do task 2 and 3, so I'll just cut them from there, put them there, and that's it. And then I can like simply focus on this to do, and I don't have to worry about other stuff. But by having them right in front of me, I have like a good kind of high level idea of what I'm doing. So that's why I like this kind of note-taking app, and that's why I'm building it. And also, it's not just for to-do management. Like I store everything here, so I can store recipes, ideas. You know, if you have startup idea or something, you can put them there, and you can put like app idea here, whatever, and basically it will store everything. So yeah. Okay. So this is it. And so Windward, if you are asking about styling, I think we have kind of finished most of the things, right? Do you think there's anything missing in terms of styling, not features? Yeah, I mean, I can check this thing up. Wait. I mean, you don't see any difference where? You mean in this page or in the actual app? Everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like what else can I do in this thing? There's definitely authentication, because right now it only works in one browser. it does not sync between your multiple browsers because we don't have login, but that will probably take a lot more time, and I would rather fix all the simple bugs right now to kind of make it super polished just for one device. Add Vim to text boxes. Ooh, yes. Yeah, you can only use Vim there. That'll be kind of fun. In fact, you know, when I built this old one, I did had some kind of Vim binding here. So like escape would defocus things. It's kind of weird. I like that. Yeah, and we had this quick switch. So if I press shift and I go to other places, it would jump very quickly. And in future, I would also like to have like different layouts. So not every page needs to have this Trello-like look, right? You might want to have just a traditional Evernote kind of design. We can do that. And also one thing is you can drag. So maybe we can change the ordering of this thing. That we can do right now. And so, for example, if you want to move tasks to this area and recipes at the front, you can do that. I think there's a library for that. It's called drag, view draggable. I think this is, no, not this one. There's definitely view drag library. Is it this one? Yeah, it's kind of like that. So let's see. Let's check this. So yeah, you can like drag things and to list, clone, custom clone, handle, transition. Oh yeah, this, I like this one. So let's try to use this, and typical use is that you just put the draggable and the model, and it will start to do things. And then once we have the UI working, we can even kind of persist it on the database so that we can, let's try this. We go there, yarn add view draggable. Okay. And then let's copy this, just testing. And we go to header, right? We are doing v4 here. Let's just do this. And I have to import that. And I need it everywhere, so let's kind of register it main. And then we can say view.component draggable. My interview experience, I haven't given a lot of interviews in the past, so I'm not the best person to ask that. Like when I graduated, I interviewed for my company and I got the job. And then I just came here and I worked 6 years in that company. So, yeah. With the company, I would say when I interviewed, it was more like in the graduation kind of setting. So I think it would be a lot different if you just go and apply for a company. But if you have any specific question, I can answer that. Like they try to ask different kinds of questions or something. Let's try to save it. vModel, my array. Let's try to have like a my array here. Data, return my array. Let's just have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this how you do it? Element, oh, no, this is not gonna work. ID 1, name, test, element.id. Okay. And let's have like 2, 3, 4, 5, R5, test 5, test 4, test 3, test 3, test 1. Do they ask you how to design a system? No. I think these days there's this increasing trend of asking that kind of weird questions. But when I was graduating, one thing about Japanese companies is that they don't hire for specific skills. So you would not find Japanese companies looking for a React developer, right? Maybe it happens in some startups, but generally they don't. They are looking for just general people who have like general skills, because usually people don't leave jobs in Japan so much. They stick to a company for many, many years, right? People often just stay with one company until retirement, right? I could have stayed there until I was like 60 years old and it will still work. So they don't really ask you design questions or anything. They just ask you like, what did you do for a project or something? And, you know, how did you do it? What challenges you had? Those sort of things. Yeah. Can I make it flex? Okay, and is it draggable? Yes, it actually is draggable. Look at that. And how about this? If I put like a px3 py1 bg white shadow sm, and let's put like a space x1 on this thing. Hey, Zishan. Yeah, Mono is going great, although recently I have not been able to work on this. I have like a big list of bugs and stuff, which I have to do. But kind of in the past, this weekend I was busy with the hackathon stuff. And last weekend I was busy with freelance work. So yeah, but it's going pretty good. And we are kind of slowly getting some customers and stuff, and I still have to fix some big major bugs and stuff. Have you ever interviewed candidates? No, I haven't. So what hackathon is this? This is called LaunchWeekend Hackathon. I made this up, you know, because I often got asked that, oh, how to learn dev, how to do tutorial, like how to become software, whatever. And this is like a launch weekend hackathon. It's a monthly thing, and the idea is that you take an idea and you build some product within the next 48 hours, and then you release it in public. And this site is just the place where you can like create your project and share it with other people so that they can give you feedback and stuff. And the purpose of this hackathon is to force you to build something within 48 hours. So you can't be a perfectionist. So yeah, if you have an idea, please participate. The good news is that this seems to be working, right? We have this dragging thing. So how about we apply this drag stuff to this? Instead of having it here, and having this v4, how about we do board in board list, and elements going to be board dot id, and we can pass that thing there. Header link board, and I hope I did not break anything. Yeah, of course you can join us. This is totally free and for everyone. You just have 12 hours left, but because it's a new thing, you can always take the next 48 hours. So there's no rule or anything like that. And you don't even have to log into this or anything. The idea is that you just pick a project and just honestly work on it for the next 48 hours, and then you release something. You can always just create an account here and create a new project to let other people know what you're building. And once you have some public link where people can see your project, then you just put it there. So like I'm building this notes taking app, and once I'm done, I will release it. So let me edit this. So I don't have a public URL, but I actually released it to notes.kashav.app, and I can just copy this link and put it there and save it. So now we have this thing, right? So people can check it out and, you know, upvote it. If I don't know what that means, but people can give me comments and stuff. So I think it's a good way to get feedback about things. So yeah, if you want to participate, please do. Let me send you the link. This one. Yep. Okay. So again, the good news is we have dragging. So people can put stuff, let's say here. Okay. I think we can have like border B on that. Border B 2, border gray 400, and you have been progressing. Yeah, okay, sure. Definitely. Please do, and please share the link with us so we all can check it out and maybe give you some nasty feedback and stuff. Yeah. Group people, vModel. Board list. Wait a minute. What is this, all of this thing? Yeah. Okay. I think we have to kind of change this, so we don't need border B anymore. Border gray. So this whole thing can completely go away, and we can put that there for now. Border B2, border transparent, this goes away. And actually, do I have active board here? I do have active board here. So if active board is available and is equal to this, then we should just say border gray 800, otherwise nothing. So border gray 200, no, border gray, let's make it 400, right? So what I'm trying to do is basically just have it like that, and shadow doesn't need to be that small, and border B2, actually I kind of prefer the shadow SM, and space X, how about PX? We don't want that one. And instead of having it, we don't need too much padding on this, and we also don't want too much padding on this, but we can put some padding on the header link. So let's put like 3 py2, and now it's fine. And I think we can increase the space slightly. Okay. And what else can I do here? How about this overflow hidden? Does that help? No, it doesn't. Header link rounded. Font medium. Focus outline none. Yeah, there are a few things that I'd like to fix, but seems this is fine. I mean, it's not completely perfect. There are a few weird issues, but I can like at least do this, and we can do the same thing. Let's copy this whole thing, and we go to content. This content is like where I have all the so let's copy all the stuff that we have here, paste that thing there. I don't think we need that. And instead of boards, for ID in ActiveBoard.notes, and key is going to be ID, and flex 1, you don't need any of that, and we can just pass that thing there. And we if this, so we if active board, and if we, this is, I can actually, arrange it, which is great. I thought it's going to be so much more difficult, but you can do that. I would like to have some transition. Yeah, so you get more live feedback on the end state. What other variants do we have? Yeah, I was exactly looking for that, actually. This one, right? So this. Is there like, maybe there's a transition thing. I think they have some documentation, which I kind of forgot to read. Transitions. Yeah, okay, show me the code. Do I need some custom kind of animation or so? Yeah, I probably need like a custom thing. I really don't want to like make custom thing. If I just add these two things, will it? Let's try that. We go to header and we put the transition there, and this one, copy that, paste that thing there, and I guess some styles are needed, so let's copy that. I don't know. I mean, why did this one look so nice, and why is mine look kind of crappy? Okay, how about maybe the drag options needs to have some things computed. Drag options, maybe that has something to do. Nope. Or maybe element.fixed area hidden. Oh, maybe it's this thing, right? Let's just copy stuff. Copy paste driven development. Let's copy list group. Let's put stuff. Duplicate attribute. Okay, maybe now it works. Yeah, okay. So it's much better. So now let's try to reverse engineer and see what they actually did that affects this thing. So yeah, okay. Drag, I don't think drag is necessary. Yep, okay. And I guess list group is probably just meaning hiding, which I can remove. Cursor. and drag options. So list group items. And because I don't have list group items, that means this is also not necessary. And no move is also something I'm not using, so let's remove that. And flip list move. Flip list. Flip list move. Where are they using this thing? It's not used anywhere, so why do we have this? Can I like remove this and not have any impact? Yeah, I don't have any impact on that. And how about this? We put that thing there, and this will probably, it still works. Where am I? What about this one? Ghost class disabled. Group description. It's probably drag options. Yeah. Like if I can even remove this one. I don't think you need that. And let's paste that thing there. Let's remove that. And it will, see, it still does. So you don't need the transition. You only need the drag option. Couldn't they just have written that somewhere right in my face so I don't have to do all this nonsense? And so basically this is all you need to do that. Cool. Okay. And you can yeah, I mean that's copy paste driven development for me. I'm just wondering, why is this thing so, if it's active, let's make it font bold. Font, no. Text gray. Okay. Animation. I think this animation is what the magic is. Yeah. The animation, I'm kind of getting the sense now. So this animation is the delay. It's a very bad name. It's not animation, it's animation delay, right? If I put 2000 here, it will delay that much. So it should be called animation delay, but I don't know. And ghost class is this one. So instead, we can just use tailwind. We can say opacity 50 and BG teal 500. So then it will just, oh no, it doesn't work. Why does this not work? Oh, did I delete it accidentally? We need the model confirmation. I was trying to inspect it. Okay, so this. For some reason, this thing does not work. And this one works. Anyways, okay, sure. New note, sure, whatever. And let's try to do the same kind of magic in the editor, basically content. So we copy that, paste that thing there, and we have the drag options. I'm sure we can refactor them into something nice, but and then the drag option is vbind. So vbind drag options. So let's see. You like my awesome animating note-taking app? Huh? Are you gonna pay me 20 cents for this awesome application? I mean, just for this fact, I have now increased the price of this by $1. I mean, look at this beauty. Have you ever seen this? Yes. I mean, this will be like our killer feature. Draggable notes. And you know, let's add more notes there and see what happens. So if I have that many, can I like drag it all the way? I can actually drag it. Look at that. We can drag it all the way. People will be jumping off their buildings trying to buy this note-taking app. It has revolutionized the note-taking industry. People, you know, we're making the world a better place and stuff. Okay. But all this nonsense doesn't help us, because if you refresh the page, it will all just go back to the same thing, and we don't want that. What we want is somehow to store it in the database. So this ordering has to go into the database, so let's try to figure that out. Git push Heroku master. Oh, I forgot. That's a good idea. Let's do git push stuff. I have no idea what I worked on, so I can't put a good git commit message, but yeah, I think it will be released. Okay, so how do I store it in the database? That's a good question. We can yeah, it's building right now, so it will probably take like 5 minutes or maybe 2 minutes, but you will eventually see it here. Add a Pomodoro with Twitch overlay that showcase your tasks and timer. It could work. What do you mean? I don't get it. You mean, should I use Pomodoro? Is that it? Okay. Let's try to focus on the ordering. First of all, let's look at the order of the boards. So to do that, I think if we go to the db.js, we have this crappy function called initial state. And this initial state gives you the list, all the documentation, right? And also, if you look at this dummy data I have, test state, I'm storing the boards in this kind of list. If I just put like an ordering, oh, you mean adding the Pomodoro? Actually, you know, when I made my own to-do app, I was thinking of doing Pomodoro, and I even had a component that would run Pomodoro, but I somehow disabled it. I didn't use it much, but yeah, I was thinking of adding that. And streamers might pay you $5 a month or something. Just, oh, okay. Well, you need to build that app then, you know. Hashtag launch weekend. Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I was thinking like we don't have that many dev overlay kind of things, so it could be a good idea for someone to build it. Like Dane was actually working on another stream. He was building like nice kind of overlay stuff, and I was thinking if the dev people who are doing mainly dev stream have a lot of different requirements for dev overlay, so someone should definitely build it. Things like Pomodoro, right? Current to do what you're building right now, and maybe like your YouTube links or what your startup link is. Those kind of things should all be configurable from a website, and then people can like just use it on their Twitch stream. That could be nice. Okay, how about this? What if we have order, let's say 10, right? And we can put the same kind of thing everywhere. And, or you know what? We can just put 2, and this is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. For now, that's 6. And basically, when you create a new board, right, you should set the order. And biggest flaw I see on dev streaming is the lack of visibility on what's happening on the stream, which is so easy on games with kill. Yeah, I see. But although it's a tricky thing, right? When you're coding, it's hard for someone who's coding to put some stuff, right? Like I don't want to have like a to-do notes taking app open where I'm just listing down the things that I'm building, because there's already less space there. I want to show a website and what I'm building. So it's kind of tricky too, because when people are playing games, the whole screen is exactly what other people are seeing. But in my case, most of the thing is going on in my head, and if I don't speak out loud, it's kind of lost. But it's also something that you cannot just have on a notepad or something, right? It's weird. Okay, order, right? Let's do the ordering. How do I store it? The question is, anytime you add a new thing, okay, this is going to be very hacky, but let's do this. How about we have like list boards and all docs. How about we have that async this and docs dot rows dot, this is actually, yeah, okay, docs dot rows dot filter item if item dot doc dot type and item dot doc dot type equals to board, and you return that. So what I'm trying to do, this is really bad. Like I don't think this is a good way to call PouchDB, but hack improve perf of this thing. Maybe I think I heard there's something called Mango query, which I can use to so right now what I'm doing to get the list of all the boards, I'm getting through all the items in the database and then filtering it manually in memory. I think we don't need to do this. There are better ways to kind of solve this, but I don't have time for that. So this is it. And also what we can do now is, where's the create? So when you do the create board, we should first get the all boards equals to await list this dot list boards, which will give you all the list, and then you find the max order. Max order equals to mat.max. Wait, how do I find the max? Do I have to do it like this? All boards dot for each board, and we can say max order equals to mat.max b.order or 0, and then max order. mat.max allboards.map. Oh, okay. I didn't knew that mat.max works on allboards.map board, and you return the board.order. Thanks. And you can also return, if this is not set, I think we should set it to 0. Okay, thanks. So yeah, max order is assigned, and see, this is, I hate this in Vue for some reason. Like in dev mode, I have many variables, but it keeps on complaining. And then you can say order is going to be max order plus 1. That should be fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, fine. So it's a really, I think, very weird way of doing it, but I think it's pretty straightforward what I'm doing. When you create a new board, we try to find all the boards and try to find the max sorting order that was already there, and then we just add one more to that. Yeah, it could kind of work. And we can do the same thing for every note. So let's add like a order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when you do the create note, we also need to do the list note. So let's copy this, paste that, list notes, await all doc.rows, and this thing is actually called note. So I have the list of all the notes, and then I can copy, where did I do this, mat.max. Okay, copy that and go to create note, paste that thing there. You can say all notes, list notes, and all notes, and b.order, and then we can put order max order plus 1. And yes, we can refactor this later, that's fine, you know. So now we have orders, and anytime you update anything, we will always have the order stuff. And when we are doing this drag stuff, when the drag finishes, then we will try to update all the boards with that data. So let's do that. And then let's go to header. One thing I have to do is reset the database, because we need to kind of, okay, so there's nothing here, but let me go to DB and fill it with some database. Okay, so now we have some data, which is okay. And so if I look into Vue and I go to Vue X, if I go to boards, we have order now, right? Which means we can sort it. So we can just go to header, and instead of doing it board list, what if we say, where's board list? Oh yeah, so I'm getting this map from the view X. So how about we go to board list. This is like the getter, right? And we can even put that sort. This JavaScript array has a sort, right? Which returns a function. JS sort return value. Prototype sort, does it return something? Oh, it doesn't return anything. It does not return anything, so I have to like array this and then array dot sort. Array dot sorted by what? A comma b. A dot order is greater than b dot order. If that's the case, then you return -1. Oh, otherwise you should return 1 and then return the array. So I think I did the other way. I can never remember. Board 1 is order 1, which is at the end. We want the opposite, right? So this is less than. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, and then the last thing we have to do is anytime we switch, we have to change the order. So we need another action here. So let's have like reorder. Let's call this reorder boards, right? And then you can say commit boards or payload, and then we can say commit reorder boards, and then we can say payload. I don't think we have to emit anything, that's fine. And we can say reorder boards state payload, and so the thing about reordering is that it should just give you the full board. So I don't think we need to do anything fancy here, except we can just say state dot, we can just do this, boards, and we can say payload dot boards. So basically replace the entire boards array with this thing. And also along with doing this, we also have to send this to the database. So we can say await db dot reorder boards, and we can pass in the payload dot boards, right? And then go back to database. Yeah, you need the async on that thing, which is fine. Let's go and create some function here somewhere. Async reorder boards, and we can say new boards. You get the new boards. So how do I reorder stuff? Technically I can write the entire document, but we don't want to, right? What we would like to do is, and there's also a problem. I just realized there's a problem. The problem is that when you reorder the boards, the thing that I'm getting here is the list, but in the database we are storing it as objects. So I have to do some trickery here. Yeah, so this thing will not work like that. What we have to do is, how about this payload.boards.for each board boards updated board What exactly am I trying to do here? the board that we will get is the list, right? If I look at this document, the order and if I do this, the order is actually what gets updated, right? So I will get that thing, which means I can just say state.boards, and I can say updated board dot id. This is what we have to change, and we can say updated board dot order. So we are just updating the order, nothing else. Okay, and after that we also go there and we can say in the reorder boards, the list has the order, right? So we can do this, new boards dot for each b dot order. That's what we have. So first of all, you should do the async, and then you should do how about that? First you should get the doc, right? The board equals this dot get, oh no, this dot db dot doc, or I think it should call get, and we can say underscore id equals to b dot underscore id, which will give us the full document. Actually we can just do b dot id. So this is the correct that. And once you have the board, we can do this dot underscore db dot put dot 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 board, and order is going to be b dot order, and const promises, let's do that, and we can say promises dot push that, and then we can return the promise dot all promises, although this will kind of be incomplete, but that's fine, right? We don't really care about that. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's see if we can make it work without any errors. But looking at my past record, I can definitely say there will be at least 6 errors. Header, let's go there. So instead of having this my array, I don't think I'm even using it. Good. So how do I get the, what kind of things do I get? Where's the document? Where's the documentation of this? Tag, move, events. Okay, so start, end. Okay, so it's like this. Got it. So we just have to listen to this end event. Update board order, and then let's create like a update board order. Update whatever, right? And what do I get in this? The thing we get is change. Let's just print everything and see what we get. And let's see what we get. We get this custom event, and It does not get that item, so I guess we need to have vModel on this board list. Board list was assigned. Nah, this doesn't work because we don't want the vModel. Otherwise, it will try to update it. What I want to do is how do I get the data? Does anyone know this? Like, I'd like to get the list clone. Support for sortable events. I would like to get why can't, okay, view draggable get, wait a minute, this thing must have the data, right? So I can just look at that. This is actually getting the value from the list. And where's the list? This dot list dot sort message dot map. You found a bug. It's kind of hard to explain. Yeah, sure. If you need any help, I can help you. vModel. You know what we can do? Instead of vModel, we can actually do vModel, but instead of that, we can say sorted boards. And then this sorted board can be sorted boards is actually empty. So hold on, I'll explain what happened. If I update this, it's definitely updated, but I'm pretty sure the sorted list is also updated. So which means I don't even need that. I can say let's just print this dot sorted boards. Sure, it's not how you do. If you're dragging a note and you hover onto another note, the content of the note you're dragging is copied to the note you hovered. What? If I today and I put it, okay, let me try. So I have this and I hover it on this, you mean? Oh, you mean, yeah, I see. It's actually not copying, it's like dragging. So you can drag it and put it there. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, that's a good catch. Bug. Dragging items causes text drag and move to other note. Okay, thanks. I will try to fix it. I mean, we can fix it by disabling, when you are starting the drag, we can disable the cursor pointer. So when you do this, it should not let select. It's pretty easy to do, I think. Yeah, okay. So where were we? We were doing this, right? Let's print this. So next time, do that. Console. Okay. It's actually undefined. Oh my God. That is not what I meant. Okay, I think I have view draggable get list, get sorted list. Yeah, how do I do this? On update. Oh really? Okay, so instead of that, can I do this? Update board order. So if I copy and put it there, nope, I still don't get it. That should not have any impact. What are they talking about? It's probably going, maybe it has to do something with update, I guess. That's my best guess. It's undefined. Oh yeah, of course it's undefined because it's not list. Why is it undefined? I'm probably doing something so stupid that this dot my views. Need to close everything first. View draggable get new list. Okay. I guess we can do this. So list. Maybe a hacky way is to just do that. And then we can say this dot list equals this dot board list, which means I can finally get the updated data. Still doesn't get it. Why? Can I just do this? List. Return this dot board list. You don't need that. Computed property list was assigned. Computed property was assigned but has no setter. Let's try to find how to fix a setter. Okay, I think I'm kind of stuck at this thing, but I feel like we are very close. List. Some list. Okay, how about this? We say board list, and we don't have that. and then we can say event item this dot board list event item. Let's see what we get. Everything could have been just better if I just took the no. Yeah, okay. I think what happened was this. It's interesting. So let's say this one, I put it here. So the first item that I get is actually 2. And the second item I get is 1. Which is actually exactly what I want. So the thing is, why do I even need to do this? Like, if I remove the board list, will it still work? If I put it there, order is 1. Okay, yeah, no. So you need this thing. And also end. We should only change it when it ends. You know, kind of got stuck at one issue. 6. So the first one is 2, and then the second one is going to be 1. Good. Okay, now we have that. So let's do that. This dot reorder boards. Is that what we called it? Reorder boards. And we can pass in the payload boards this dot board list. Okay. Judgment time. Let's see. If let's say to do at the first, journal at the end, right? Let's try to put it at the end. And it crashed. Of course it crashed. Because you need to pass it here, reorder boards, refresh, and let's do it again. To do. Whoa. What the hell just happened right now? So I got this. Order is 2. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. This is kind of wrong. Order is 2. This one is order 1. So the thing that I'm passing is the correct order, right? And what I need to do is to go through this and check the index and update the order by that. So instead of doing it this way, what I need to do is to go through each one of them and actually take their index, right? And take the same ID, but and also, yeah, there's a problem there. The problem is that I'm actually writing something really weird. Yeah, I just overwrote everything with the ID order, which is not what I meant. So B, right? And then const updated board equals to state dot boards b.id, and then I can say updated board dot order equals to index +1, and then here you can just set that to this. And we have to do the same kind of thing for reordering in this thing, because this what we get in the new boards is actually the board and the index, and once we get the data, order should become the index +1, because you're reshuffling everything, right? So yeah, okay. And so let's go there and kind of clean up the database, refresh, and everything is fine. Save it again. Yeah, sorry about the whole, I kind of phased out in this thing. Okay, so to-dos, let's try again. To-dos go at the end. Nothing crashed. Let's try to refresh. And to-dos is at the end, which is awesome. That means I can like reorder things wherever I want. And this thing will stay. Good. Great. Yeah. One thing we can fix, the bug that Winward caught, is that if you go to editor and we look at the title, not this one, this we can even make it or can I do like CSS disable select? How to disable text selection? User select none. Tailwind CSS user select none. Okay, so I can do select none so that people can't just copy this thing, right? And also this editor, if I just set this to select none, this whole thing will, no it doesn't. Okay. Can I do like disabled equals true? It does not. How about pointer events none? That could be something I can change. Pointer events none. Yeah, so it goes away, right? And what I can do here is from the what am I calling main the store, right? Let's call this dragging false, right? And then we can say map getters drag, let's call this dragging is state dot dragging. Map getters is defined. Let's put that thing there. Map getters dragging. Okay, so the thing is that now we have the dragging, so we can check for it. We can say if dragging, then you should have pointer events none. Otherwise you can just do that. Good. Dragging is not defined on instance. Oh, because this is not how you define view map getters. Okay, cool. And see, everything works, right? But if I am able to set, if I can just set the dragging to true and false, then I can change it. So let's go to even here, not here, let's go to content and the draggable thing. When you're starting, let's say at start, we can say dragging, set dragging to true, and then at end we can say set dragging to false. And you might think, what is set dragging? Well, that's what we will define here. You can say set dragging, go to main, do the thing, you know, set dragging, and commit dragging, and then we can say commit set dragging. It's a bit of duplicated stuff, but that's fine. Set dragging, state dragging, state dot dragging equals dragging. Okay. I feel like I have overspent. Yeah, I think it's just a oversight mistake. I was thinking is, yeah, we should just either make both of them, just create a board, or yeah, it seems like a bug. Maybe let's keep it in a to-do. Inconsistent new board shows modal, new note doesn't show modal. Okay, and where are we? What were we doing? This one. Okay, so the set dragging is true and set dragging is false, which means if I drag this, it's not going to copy. But so Winward, I think we have fixed your issue, which is it does not copy anymore. Because what we are doing is we're disabling the pointer events when you're copying. So it will never make that mistake anymore. Let's also, if I go to header, and just like the action, we can also say reorder notes, and we can copy that there, and notes order, we can say reorder notes, this dot active board dot notes, active board dot notes. Okay, and this thing needs to have list equals to active board dot notes, which means we will get that thing. And also let's go to main, reorder notes. Did I create reorder notes yet? I did not. Let's just quickly finish reorder notes and payload.notes for each. This time this is just the ID, so we don't even need that. And notes, updated notes, basically updated note. Updated note.order is going to be index +1, and then you do that, and updated notes dot ID and updated board, updated note. Oh, I'm kind of tired now. Keep going. We're almost there. Reorder notes, pay reorder notes, and reorder notes and notes. Also go to the database, and we just copy whatever we did for the board, and this time what I'm doing is new notes. So new notes for each. This is actually just the ID, so we can just pass the ID, and this will give you the note order is index +1, which is actually pretty fine. Now when we go to the content, and we can just do, instead of that, we can say update notes order, and we can even make it this dot set dragging to false, and this should be fine. So let's try that. Right, this thing, hopefully I've not broken anything. Things are still working, which is good. How about this? If I move the to do, I did not get any crash, and I refresh it, to do should be in the middle. Whoa, it's not in the middle. Why? Of course, things can't just happen. Order is 2. Oh, of course. Oh. Can anyone guess what the issue is? The issue is that we have not sorted this thing. So active board.notes. This. Active board.notes. So this thing the reason we want to sort this thing, right, based on the notes, but the thing is, in the active board, we're only storing the things that are just the IDs, right? So this will kind of not work, and we can fix it somehow by saying, let's have another getter called active board notes, and this will be the thing that returns you getters. So having that, we can say active board notes. First of all, get the active board, right? Const active board equals to that, and then const notes equals list, and then we can say object dot values state dot notes dot map. How about this? We just say map item if item dot id equals to, oh no, wait, we can just do this, right? ab dot notes dot for each id, we can say notes dot push state dot notes id, and then return notes. Good. And instead of doing this, active board notes note in active board notes, and we can say note dot id, and this is note dot id. Now you might think, why am I doing all this nonsense? That's because I need sorting. Active board notes, sure. I'm sure I have kind of introduced a lot of bugs, but what was I doing? I'm kind of forgetting things now. Yeah, so the problem now is we have to fix the DB layer, because now the reorder notes also get the new notes. notes is getting that, and dot id, and then go to main, and for each notes, and then this thing is that. Okay, now we can go to the main and go to the getters, active board nodes, and then we can just say nodes.sort, comma a comma b. A is greater than a dot order is greater than b dot order question mark -1, let 1, and I believe it needs to be like that. Let's try. So now you can see it's sorted, right? Today is at the thing. Let's put the backlog at the top, and the backlog upcoming today. Refresh. Backlog upcoming today, which is awesome and good. Oh. We have done it, people. I think let's just check this thing in, and just one more thing that I want to finish is that when you have no items, the test state, the thing is that if you have no docs, right? So we can say this, get initial state, right? db.init, where's the init? Okay. So we should have this thing first, this.init, and we should await this, because what this will do is to make sure that you always have some data. And let's copy that. Let's paste that thing there. And if response.rows.length is greater than 0, is equals to 0, basically, then you do that. Otherwise you don't do anything, right? And this thing should not be called test state anymore. It should be called start initial state, right? Okay, so I want to set up some basic values for people who are just coming to the site for the first time. So let's say this should be board 1, that's fine. And board 1 should be to-dos or tasks, right? And it could be note 1, 2, 3, and then this could be board 2. Let's call this ideas, or list is fine, and we can have note 3, note 4. Let's kind of kill all these things. This is not necessary. Note 1, 2, 3 are there, and note, let's put these. Note 4 and note 5 are in this thing. So ideas, let's call this like shopping list. Let's call this one games to play, right? And or you know what, just put this stuff there. Today, upcoming backlog 4, 5, and you know, let's have one more. Ideas board ordering is 3, and this will be note 6 and note 7. Copy paste, and this one will be note 6 and note 7. Just a second, I think we are almost done. So if you have been hanging in for this long, I salute you. Let's call this like game ideas, app ideas, init async. Okay. And so that means if I refresh the site and I go there for the first time, you will have some stuff, right? List and this. Why is this thing not working? Oh yeah, it's both. This thing should be called board 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We can even add stuff to it. Like, what about this? We can say this is your today's, this is your current task list. Clear the site data, refresh again. And yes, we have stuff. And you can go there, stuff, refresh. Things are still there. Okay, cool. I think this is a very good point to kind of stop and release everything and to kind of gather our brains scattered on the floor. Empty state, fix bugs, reordering, all kinds of things we have finished. And if I look at the electron or background.js menu, yeah, the electron app thing, maybe I will release later. That's not that big of a deal. Okay, so let's look at if I have released it or not. So it's building right now, and let's hope that it releases, and then maybe people can check it out. So who is in the chat? I gotta find out if everyone escaped, or are there any kind of survivors from all the jamming of the code that we have done so far. What was the warning? Compile asset. $632 kilobytes. Why is that? CSS is not there. CSS is so small it doesn't even matter. Notes.kashu.app. Okay, let me try to kind of refresh the memory. Okay, this is your current task list, and yeah, I mean, it's there, and we can say recipes. It's empty. Let's add a new note and put the task at the third position, put the backlog at the top, and refresh. Tasks at the third position, backlog at the top. Yes, I think we have kind of done it, and there is still 11 hours left, but you know, now I'm gonna sleep for about the next 9-10 hours. Okay. It's there. You know, I don't know what to say. I mean, it kind of works, and you can use it to create your own notes app, but it works on the principles that I like, and I'm pretty sure I can do this, so it will still work. And for the styling and stuff, I can really improve it later a lot, but before that I would like to focus more on kind of I'd like to focus on putting in authentication so that people can sync it between devices. And to do that, we also have to do some couch database stuff. So I'll have to set up those kind of things, which is actually very complex. So I'm not sure how we will do that yet. Yeah. So I think it's a good point to say that we have finished the stuff, and we can even try it on the, we can even try to run it on the Electron app and see if it works or not. Okay. It's a bit slow though. I don't know why it's slow, but dev tools, and let's go to application, clear storage, clear data. Okay. And here we have this works, and this is fine, and we can still swipe and things. Of course, in future we will remove this stuff. No need for all these icons and stuff. Okay, tasks, and if I close it, we can even do like build. Yeah, but I'm lazy now. Okay, so I will close things now. I think we finished all the things that we wanted to do, and of course this is not perfect, but I tried to kind of make it as incremental as possible. Like I could have spent like all 2 days trying to make the most awesome authentication and stuff, but if I did that, then I couldn't finish the basic like features. So that's why I focus more on just finishing a single part so that it is still usable. And it's definitely usable now. Like you can actually use it for one browser and it will work. But if you go to another browser, it will not work. But that part we can finish in future, right? We can always add more things. But tomorrow I have like freelance work to do, so I will not be working on this. But maybe next week, on the weekend or something, we will try to improve it, add authentication, cloud sync, and maybe add some kind of Stripe pricing and stuff so that people can purchase a premium account or something. So it's gonna be nice. Yeah. Okay, I will close the stuff. It was a good experience working with Vue and everything. So yeah, I'll see everyone next time, and Okay, thank you for joining me. It was fun, but I'm gonna go and sleep now. Bye bye. Okay. Bye bye. I'll close down.